awareness has further made universities a target for cyber attacks. It therefore becomes imperative that higher education institutions develop the culture of cybersecurity by working on a plan to identify and address risks and vulnerabilities. This session shall focus on aforementioned points with deliberations by our esteemed speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my proud privilege to introduce to you the chairperson for this session, Professor Prateek Sharma, Vice Chancellor, Delhi Technological University, New Delhi. Professor Sharma is a PhD in Environmental Engineering from IIT Delhi. He has more than 28 years of research and teaching experience in the fields of environmental systems, modeling, statistical applications in environment and water resources engineering, and environment risk assessment. He has contributed to several high-impact academic journals and authored books in the area of vehicular pollution modeling and stochastic modeling. A fellow of Wessex Institute of Great Britain, Professor Sharma is a member of several national level bodies. We welcome you, sir, with a huge round of applause. आपका हार्दिक स्वागत एवं अभिनंदन। आपसे विनम्र निवेदन कि आप मंच पर अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें। A huge round of applause, please. With the permission of Honorable Chairperson, I now take the privilege to introduce to the august gathering here the speakers for this session. Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us Dr. Pawan Duggal, a practicing advocate, Supreme Court of India. He has an international reputation as an expert and an authority on cyber law, cyber security law, cybercrime law, artificial intelligence law. He is the founder and chairman of International Commission on Cybersecurity Law. Dr. Duggal has been acknowledged as one of the top 4 cyber lawyers around the world. We are honored to have Dr. Duggal with us today as an online speaker. Let's give a huge round of applause to our online speaker, Dr. Duggal. Our next speaker, Dr. Gaurav Gupta, is Scientist F and Additional Director at Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. A PhD in Digital Forensics, the first in the country. Dr. Gupta is a recipient of ISCA Young Scientist Award from Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam for his work on digitized document fraud detection with research areas ranging from low-cost digital forensic solutions, self-authenticity documents, extraction of admissible digital evidence, and computer fraud detection. It is indeed an honor to have with us Dr. Gupta again as an online speaker. We welcome you, sir. The next speaker for the session is Professor C. Patwardhan, the director of the Dayal Educational Institute, Agra. A professor of electrical engineering, Professor Patwardhan is also serving as Dean ICT Center, Bangalore, and Dean ICT Center, MTV Puram, and Dean PG and Research of the Institute. An expert in quantum and quantum-inspired algorithms, image processing, evolutionary algorithms, Professor Patwardhan has supervised 13 PhDs and several PG projects. He has authored more than 300 research papers, books, and proceedings, and successfully completed several R&D projects. With a round of applause, let's welcome Professor Patwardhan. He is joining us online. Ladies and gentlemen, again, it is my proud privilege to introduce to you our another esteemed speaker, Shri Ashok Kumarji, retired 1989 batch IPS officer, who served as the 11th Director General of Police, Uttarakhand, and currently the Vice Chancellor of Sports University, Sonipat, Haryana. A BTech and MTech from IIT Delhi, Shri Ashok Kumar has had an illustrious career as a police officer and is recipient of several awards and honors, including the President's Medal and the United Nations Medal. Besides the numerous police operations and contributions that he led, Shri Kumar spearheaded the investigations on cyber crimes while also creating an awareness on the same among the masses. He has authored related books like Cyber Encounters, Cops' Adventures with Online Crimes, Challenges to Internal Security of India, Humans in Khaki, that are hugely popular, while the other 2 books, Cracking the Civil Services and Ethics, Integrity and Aptitude, are well read by all. We are honored to have you with us, sir, and we welcome you with a huge round of applause. With this introduction to the session and the speakers, I now request the chairperson to please take over for further proceedings.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So this is a very interesting session in which we are going to discuss about the cybersecurity and data privacy in higher education institutions. Uh, Ma'am has already quite elaborately discussed the context, what is the need for actually having cybersecurity and data security in the context of higher education institutions. In fact, as we are digitally connecting, and in fact, we are thinking of digital university and also how the manner in which the internet is actually existing in our scheme of things, and the kind of data that we have in higher institutions, which by very nature are open in nature by definition, because that is what exactly the higher educations need to be, where we provide access and openness to everybody. The kind of data which is available in terms of personal data, as she mentioned, and also the innovation related, IPR related data, and the research based data. So it becomes very important and imperative that we need to have a clear cut policy and certain SOPs, so that and create multiple layers of security so that the threats can be minimized. And obviously, as we are moving in this direction, especially post COVID, the access to non-university supplied systems and access to these provide makes the higher education institutions quite vulnerable. So in that context, this session holds high importance. And in fact, the speakers that we have for the session are quite interesting, ranging from a cybersecurity law expert to a practitioner from the Ministry of from METI to a director of an academic institution, and also a civil servant, technocrat, and also an academic leader with us. So, in fact, the discussion and the sharing of thoughts related to the context of this particular session are going to be quite interesting. So, as we have, as per the plan, each speaker would be given 10 minutes each. And after that, the online speakers, we'll start with the online speakers with 10 minutes of their round. And in the end, we'll request the offline speaker, Mr. Ashok Kumar, Honorable Vice Chancellor, to speak about his experience related to the theme. And once all the topics are covered, the speakers are covered, we'll have a Q&A. I hope. I mean, this is the manner in which we're going to. So therefore, I request Dr. Pavan Duggal to actually start the session, please.
Thank you, sir, for your kind inputs. I wanted to have share a presentation, so if somebody can give me sharing rights, I can share some slides as well. Excuse me, can someone give me a sharing?
Okay, so who is organizing it?
Well, while the sharing is being given, can we request other people to mute themselves because there's audio disturbance?
So for our school, there is summer school and winter school. She also told me about
Our online
Rana. She's interested. Yeah.
Professor Pillai, to mic on mic, mute please.
Call her, Mr. Rana, you called her.
But nonetheless, let's get started.
रिमूव करना पड़ेगा सर आपको रिप्लेसमेंट पोस्ट कर दो ना पोस्ट कर
Hi, sir. Can you all hear me? Mr. Chairperson, can you hear me, please?
Yes, sir. Yes, Dr. Duggal.
Yes, sir. It appears I was muted. So, thank you for giving this opportunity to me. Today, education institutions are at a unique juncture of their existence. The reason for this is very simple. The reason is that today we are finding that these very institutions are dealing with humongous volumes of data. And this humongous volumes of data effectively now means that they will now have to be more careful as we go forward. So I thought I'll share with you certain presentations of what I see on the horizon so that we can be more sensitized about the importance of data privacy and data protection. Are my slides visible?
Not yet.
Well, apologies for technology because it appears there's some technical glitch.
Yes.
Okay, so basically I'm saying that you have to be now prepared for a new ball game. The reason for this is that so many cases of misuse have begun to start happening. We're all hearing so much of these digital arrest cases happening. Prime Minister Modi has said, be careful of digital arrest. And a number of digital arrest cases are happening in the higher education ecosystem. On top of it, I'm finding that there are large number of cases where students of higher education are engaging in unlawful activities of misuse, abuse, hacking, computer related offenses. But the biggest problem today for educational institutions is that you are now seeing the AI revolution. Chat GPT has come in, which means that every student, every faculty is now using this generative AI for a variety of purposes, including putting in content which they ought not to put in, without realizing that this online AI algorithms are going to be listening to you all the time, will be using a lot of your data in the coming times. So please, as educational institutions, remember that students and faculty have already entered into a new era. The era of artificial intelligence is the era of artificial stupidity, where people are becoming stupid by artificially relying upon the output of artificial intelligence. So when I see people crashing into YouTube classes against teachers in schools, in colleges, talking obscenities, this is now the new normal. When I look at a teacher being jailed in Ahmedabad for harassing online students, that's now the new normal. So educational institutions have far more things to be careful of and to be specifically addressing. Why? Because there's a rapid increase in cybersecurity breaches and cyber crimes as far as the ecosystem is concerned per se. Are my slides moving? Because I can't see them here, please. Just having a confirmation.
Yes.
Okay, so with Instagram being now the preferred mode of communication, we are finding that cyber privacy and cyber security are a low hanging fruit. Not many people are interested. But when a student commits suicide as a result of online harassment, as was the case in DPS Faridabad, then you have a bigger problem up in your own hands. Today, people in higher education institutions are getting so-called notices from cyber criminals who are saying that, look, you're watching porn, so we will take action against you. Sextortion has increased massively in the institutions of higher education. Consequently, it's not just students, it's also faculty of higher education institutions that are beginning to face these sextortion demands. Cyberbullying continues to be the de facto norm. It's the most important challenge that educational institutions are facing in the Indian context. But now comes the new flavor, where students in higher education institutions are duping others for purposes of getting money. For here in this case, 3 students were picked up for duping others for 2 crore rupees. Now you also have in higher education institutions students being gullible. Here, a girl in Mumbai paid 55,000 rupees to an unknown hacker or cyber criminal just to increase her Instagram followers. So bottom line is, educational institutions in higher education have to be now braced for increasing cyber crimes and increasing losing of monies. A lot of that could happen on networks that are being created by and being run by educational institutions. And therefore, I think there is a need now for us to wake up to these alarm calls that look, the world is bleeding. Last year, we lost more than $6 trillion to cyber security breaches globally. This year, we should lose more than $8 trillion to cyber crimes and cyber security breaches globally. And next year should be well over $10.5 trillion. But let's remember one thing. The golden age of cybercrime has already begun. And this golden age is going to be with us for the next many, many decades. Hence, focus on enhancing cybersecurity, on increasing the safety of cyber privacy becomes a topmost priority. I look at the educational institution ecosystem and I find 5 kinds of cybercrimes all around. Cybercrimes against property, where systems or data are being hacked. Cybercrimes against persons, where persons are being targeted in the form of cyber defamation, cyber stalking, cyber harassment, cyber nuisance. And of course, there are cybercrimes against nations, where people are targeting nations and communities. Social media cybercrimes like cyber targeting, cyber stalking has become the predominant phenomenon. But now with the coming of WhatsApp, we find cyber bullying and cyber defamation to be on just a click away without realizing that WhatsApp is not 100% secure. So let's realize that we have in place in India the Information Technology Act 2000, which is India's mother legislation for everything pertaining to data protection, data and also privacy. In India, if you use computers, computer systems, computer networks, computer resources, communication devices, as also data and information in the electronic form, you get governed by this particular law. This law provides for both civil liability, you can be sued for unlimited damages by way of compensation. It also provides for various cyber crimes. You can be sent to jail from imprisonment ranging from 3 years imprisonment to life imprisonment and fine from 1 lakh rupees to 10 lakh rupees. Please remember, in educational institutions, we are often calling students to give us Aadhaar numbers. So your operations are already being governed by the Aadhaar Act 2016 and the Aadhaar Amendment Act 2019. You will have to ensure compliance. So first message is ensure compliance with the cyber law, the IT Act and rules and regulations. Second message, ensure compliance with the Aadhaar Act and Aadhaar Amendment Act, and please don't take photocopies of unmasked Aadhaars. It could expose your institution to potential legal liability. But now comes the third most important level, which is on data protection. India has now come up with a new law on data protection. This is just following the National Cybersecurity Policy that we had enacted in 2013. This is also following the IT Directions 2022, where now organizations, including higher educational institutions, are now mandated to report cybersecurity breaches once they come to know about it within 6 hours of coming to know about it, otherwise it becomes an offense. In this context, this new law assumes a significance. This is the Digital Personal Data Protection Act 2023. It got passed by the Parliament as a subsequent step to the Indian cyber law, but aimed primarily for protecting this personal data. So it only protects personal data, since as educational institutions of higher education, you are dealing with personal data, you are all directly covered under this law. You are covered under the definition of person because at the end of the day, you are a kind of an association of persons, you're a body of individuals, you could be a firm, you could even be every artificial juristic person, not falling in any other subclasses. So you will now have to ensure compliance with this law. Bottom line is, before now you start collecting data from your students, from your vendors, from your staff, you will have to first give them notice. Sir, this is the way I want to collect your personal data for this particular purpose. Please give me consent. Now, personal data has been defined in very broad terms to include any data about an individual which is identifiable by or in relation to such data. So, once there's a personal data breach, as an educational institution of higher education, you are mandated to report it within, again, 6 hours. You can only process the personal data of your students, your customers, your faculty, if you first give them notice and then if you also take their consent. You will also be dealing with a lot of volumes of data. Therefore, you as educational institutions will all qualify as significant data fiduciaries. You will have to have in place specific data protection officers and ensure compliance with this. You must have legal basis for processing. We should not think, oh, I'm a university, I'm a higher education, I can collect anything, I have the license. Sorry, this law does not allow you to do that. You try doing that and you are playing with fire. Why? If you don't comply with this law, you can be fined up to 250 crore rupees per one contravention. So assuming there are 5 contraventions by your university, you can actually be fined 1,250 crore rupees. And that's the reason why this law assumes massive significance. Its law is focusing on ensuring transparency and accountability. You will have to have dedicated data protection policies. You have to have data protection officers. You'll have to have data protection procedures, reasonable security practices and procedures, so that you can ensure that you are adequately complying with cyber security measures which are mandated under law. You are complying with the mandatory provisions of the DPDP Act.
Excuse me,
You
Doctor.
also have,
Doctor, you have 2 minutes more. Please kindly wind up, please.
you'll have to ensure accuracy of your data. You'll have to ensure you give grievance redressal to people who would be giving your data. And at the end of the day, you'll have to focus on security. I don't know how many universities are complying with the cyber security standards, but I think numerous of these universities are not yet complying with ISO 27001. You will require to have a distinctive audit. All these are necessary for the purposes of protecting the cyber security and the data privacy of individuals. A Data Protection Board of India is going to adjudicate whether you have complied or not complied. Please remember, in the Indian context, the great Indian vomiting revolution has already started. When students and all data ecosystem stakeholders are vomiting data on your platforms, you will have to be more careful. New technologies are coming in. You'll have to be mindful of the adoption of technologies like quantum computing, 3D printing. You'll have to be alive to how fake news, fake rumors are going to be circulated on your platforms, and you will be responsible for ensuring protection or limitation of the same. You'll have to be mindful that you will start getting attacked from the dark net increasingly, and that you have to put in place strategies in this regard. You'll have to brace with the newly emerging technologies like metaverse, because that's begun to start being used in the context of educational institutions. And finally, you'll have to adopt cybersecurity as a way of life. That's why there's a need for massive capacity building, and these kind of programs assume massive significance. So even the judges of the International Court of Justice require sensitization. I conducted the program for the ICJ at The Hague on cybersecurity. We have this platform on providing various kind of courses on cyber law, cybercrime, cybersecurity, which have already been done by more than about 30,500 professionals from 174 countries. So bottom line is, we will have to stop giving lip service. We'll have to start inculcating cybersecurity as an integral part of our day-to-day practices, and we will have to make sure that we give adequate attention to protection of data privacy, lest we get fined up to 250 crore rupees per contravention under the DPDP Act, lest our top management faces criminal liability under the provisions of the IT Act and the IT Directions 2022. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
For such a splendid and wide, ranging presentation, which covered almost all the aspects related to cybersecurity and data security. Thank you for such a very crisp and very informative presentation. Thank you so very much. And we'll come back to you, once the Q&A starts. Thank you. So now may I request Dr. Gaurav Gupta from ET for his presentation, please. And as presentation has to be for 10 minutes, and I'll just at 8 minutes, I'll just raise.
Sure, sir. Thank you and good morning, everyone. And I'm thankful for the organizers to give me this opportunity. I hope you can see my presentation on screen. Yes. Okay. So I think my previous speaker has laid the ground well, and I'm sure most of us know that, digital technologies are being used for doing everything today. And, there are a lot of challenges. There are a lot of cyber crimes, then there are legal requirements. But then, we are talking about making people aware so that these crimes don't happen, these things do not go wrong. Whereas there is a big opportunity, which I think an academic environment can benefit a lot, where we have a lot of well identified high impact cybersecurity problems which nobody is solving. So we are saying that, let's say OTP frauds are happening and don't share your OTP, but we are not developing a solution, a technological solution which can actually solve this problem. And this solution could be a startup, this solution could be a patent, and so on. So I thought I'll keep my presentation aligned to the topic, saying that what are those high impact cybersecurity and digital forensic challenges which are required to be solved in digital world through simple and innovative solutions, but we need technological solutions. Right, so we all know, there's something known as Locard's principle, which says that every contact leaves a trace. So if you come into contact of an environment, you will change it in some way. For example, you are sitting in the auditorium, you have walked up to the auditorium, the fiber of the carpet must be there in your shoes, and let's say your hair or your fingerprints are there everywhere because you have touched things, you have walked down the aisle. So basically, digital forensics says that whatever you are doing, there are trails being exchanged between you and the environment. And if somebody can identify that and quantify that, that is a digital evidence. So we need solutions to many interesting problems, and I'll discuss those problems. But this problem has to have something common. The commonality is the problem needs to be solvable. It should not be very, very difficult to solve. It should have high impact. That means large number of people are getting impacted by it. And the solution has to be efficient so that people would like to use it. If I give an analogy, we used to use currency for doing transaction. So UPI changed it. UPI made it a real world, real time transfer of money possible. So it was a solvable problem. It had high impact that everybody and anybody can use it, and it's efficient that you just point to a QR code and your transaction is done in a second. So we need to develop solutions like that. And what are the open problems? Problems are like this. We still use documents. We have documents for mark sheet to pen card to whatever you can think of. When I started my research early 2000, I heard a statement saying that, paperless world is about to come. But, 24 years down the line, we are still relying heavily on paper. People make all sort of counterfeiting of documents because we have extremely great quality scanners, printers, and computing devices and, image processing softwares. So today, anything and everything can be counterfeited, not only the documents, even the photos, videos using artificial intelligence can be counterfeited. So this is a problem statement where, today if I have to verify a document to be original, or let's say somebody's mark sheet needs to be verified, somebody has to go back to the institute to verify at the back end through database. Nobody wants to open up database because there's a security issue with opening up database. And if somebody has to take it back to the university to verify, it takes time. So, simply, we did some research and we found out a document which is original versus which is counterfeit has a lot of defects, lot of noises. The center one is an offset printed document, and these four are counterfeit document generated using inkjet printer and laser printers. And we found out using image processing, a very simple image processing techniques can be used to automate so that any document given under question can be identified as counterfeit or non-counterfeit. So these are some very simple applications. For example, today we see videos on Facebook, WhatsApp, and everywhere. Those videos, images, audios, and text could be counterfeit using artificial intelligence. I can have your video and then I can regenerate a new video where you are saying something which I would like you to say. How do you detect this in real time? So there are no solution today which is available widely or commercially or very economically, which can automatically detect deepfake videos, audios, text, and images easily and at that scale. So if this becomes possible, this is a solution which somebody develops, and I'm sure many people are doing research in this area. So if you can, if a set of students or a faculty can develop a research project, or they can file a patent and open a startup, they can actually revolutionize it. They can put up this solution in social media where automatically things can be detected as counterfeit and tampered or generated using technology. That could be great. So this I'm skipping. Then we use QR codes, right? So QR codes have big problem in terms of, if you want to put more data in a QR code, which you want to, the size of the QR code becomes bigger, or the density of those black dots, or data which is being stored becomes very dense, then you can't very easily scan it. So this is an open problem which we found, and we started working on it with some of the students. And objective was, what can we do to keep the size same but increase it 3 to 4 times? And we came out with 3-4 different solutions. So I will show you one or two of the real world examples. This is a specially designed and curated QR code which contains multiple layers of data. So if you scan it with your scanners, normal scanners like your Paytm or a PhonePe or any QR code scanner, you will get different value from different distance. If you are very close to the QR code, it will give you a different value. If you are a little far ahead from the QR code, it will give you a different value. And if it's very far ahead, then it will give you a different value. So the idea is, same size QR code has 3 times data using optics. Right. So this is a color QR code. This is not only just color QR code. This is having 4 layers of data with 2 color combination representing 1 QR code. So if you see here, this black and white is 1 QR code, red and yellow is 1 more QR code, green and this pink is 1 more QR code, and blue and this light turquoise color is also 1 more QR code. So it has 4 times data than a conventional QR code, and we have recently filed patent for this. And we are also working on something which can make it non-copyable. So if I print it once, and if you want to recopy it, today you can copy QR code. We are trying to make it non-copyable so that it can be used as anti-counterfeit property. So again, these are the problem statements which anybody can take up, and these are great ideas for opening a startup or filing a patent. This is interesting. You might have seen every ATM has an CCTV camera, and it is there since ages. Like 20 years back, also ATMs had cameras. The role of camera over there is to do a post-mortem analysis. That something has gone wrong, you analyze CCTV footage, who did it. But criminals are smart today. I'll wear a helmet and do a crime. You will get a person with a helmet and you can't identify me. But why can't we develop a solution where the CCTV in real time can detect the person's face is not visible, machine should not work. We have object detection image processing solutions, which means why can't we have a solution where the automatic software detects through CCTV camera that a person is carrying a gun or a knife or a sharp objects, or there is a fighting or a shouting going on, and automatically close the door, switch off the ATM machine, raise alerts. Because if I put a gun on your head and ask you to withdraw money, you have to. But a camera seeing all of this can do a real-time analysis. All these things are not happening, and these are something for which we don't have to do a great deal of resources. Everything is already there. You have to develop a image processing module, integrate it with ATM, and there are 10 lakh ATM in the country. So if a startup opens this, there are 10 lakh readily captive customers which are available. They will use this solution. And if you make it as a service, even if you charge 100 rupee for this solution per month, 10 lakh machines giving you 100 rupee per month is a huge business opportunity. We all see OTP frauds, right? Because our eyes can't differentiate between zeros and O's, ones and I's. So Yahoo becomes yah00.com, a phishing link comes to you. But all these links are being processed in your browsers. Why can't we develop a small browser plugin which will detect whether O's and zeros are being exploited to do phishing attack or not? Not very difficult. It can have millions of downloads as a plugin, which can stop phishing. So again, a problem statement which somebody can take up and can open a company and can have a solution which is used by millions of people to stop phishing attacks. For example, if you see here, one of the website is fraud, or rather one of the website is right. Everything else is a phishing website. And on the primary, it looks like Yahoo and Google are fine, but they are not, because they're using yah00.com. Then people will say ONGC is okay, but ONGC is not ONGC, it is OGNC. And if I say SBI, it's SB small l dot co dot small ll. I and L look same to your eyes. And that's where technology can come to help us. We can have technological solution which can detect these things automatically rather than we rely on our eyes, which will not help in this case. So the idea is humans are intelligent. If you try to read it fast, you will see what I'm trying to say. You have to read it very fast. It says, I could not believe that I could actually understand what I was reading using the incredible power of the human mind. According to the research at Cambridge University, it doesn't matter in what order the letters of a word are. The only important thing is that the first and the last letter be in the right place, and the rest can be a total mess and you can still read without a problem. This is because the human mind does not read every letter by itself, but the word as a whole. And that is where human intelligence comes into play. That we ignore a lot of things, and that ignorance sometimes is being used by criminals to ignore something which is not relevant to do a fraud with us. So we need to automate all these things, right?
Okay.
OTP frauds.
Excuse me,
OTP fraud.
2 minutes, please kindly wind up,
Sure,
please.
sure, sir. So OTP frauds are happening. When what happens is, if let's say if I take your OTP and do a transaction sitting in Delhi, possible. I can have screen share application, SMS forwarding application, or I can give you a call and lure you into giving your OTP. But why can't we develop a payment gateway which takes the IP location of the transaction and the tower location where the OTP has been delivered, whether they are co-located or not, and if they are not co-located, decline the transaction. And this location, geolocation of your SMS tower is being given by DOT as a service. All telecom services give it in 1 or 2 paisa. So why can't somebody develop a new payment gateway which says that OTP frauds will not happen against us if you use our service? I'm sure they will gain the market share very rapidly. So we need next generation mobile forensic software solutions, because mobiles are the ones which carry all our data, which are there with us always, and they are secure. So you can't get into the phone of somebody today. So we need, from law enforcement perspective, next generation mobile forensic solutions. We need forensic ready digital storage media and operating system, which is not there today. We need how to recover data from a SSD. If you have an SSD, solid state drive, and if you delete data, you can't recover it. But then we need solutions, because otherwise the criminals will do fraud and we are not able to investigate. Right? We need to also understand and evaluate psychological aspects of cyber criminals. Criminals use psychology to do crimes. Can we use it against them to do the same, that we can prevent crime using psychology of criminals? Can we develop, using AI and analytics, WhatsApp impersonation related solution? Because the way you use your WhatsApp is unique, right? You don't read messages in an order. You have an analytic of your own. So can't we use that to learn how you use a WhatsApp? And if somebody impersonates your WhatsApp, then it will be detected by WhatsApp immediately. So these are some of the things I thought I'll discuss. Some of the problem statement I've highlighted. This is the last statement which I'm discussing, where people do espionage using keyloggers, hardware keyloggers. You can't detect it because at the back of your CPU, if I put a small attachment between the keyboard wire and the CPU, it will record everything you are typing, and nobody sees at the back of your CPU. Can we develop a software solution to detect it automatically? So I have a list of problems, around 30, 40, 50 problem statements. I've just chosen 10, 15 to discuss today. I work with a lot of students. I mentor a lot of students. I have doctoral students and master students I'm mentoring. And I would be happy to mentor any of your students, take up any of these interesting research problems. With this, this is the book which I have written, Cyber Unsafe. This is a storybook on how to avoid cyber crimes. It's one of the bestseller on Amazon. You can see the reviews if you visit Amazon and type Cyber Unsafe. This is all from my side. I can be reached on this number on WhatsApp. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. In fact, very interesting way of highlighting the various challenges that we are facing related to cybersecurity. And in fact, it is very important that first of all, we need to have the problem statements available to us. Only then we will be able to find out the appropriate solutions. And that awareness needs to be there. And then only we can actually approach the most optimal solution. So that way, it was very highly informative and a thought-provoking presentation, I must say. And thank you so very much. So again, we'll be back with the Q&A. Please,
Sure.
question and stay with the.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Now, may I request Professor C. Patwardhan to make his presentation with the same request to restrict the presentation to 10 minutes, and I'll just point just 2 minutes before the duration. Thank you, please.
Oh, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Share. I'll just share my presentation. Am I audible and my presentation is visible?
You are audible, but presentation is not visible on this.
I think it would be now.
Yeah.
So, thanks a lot for giving me this opportunity. And I believe this is the highest per capita decorated audience that I'm addressing, although I've given talks several times at several places. So, being third in the series, there are several points that have already been covered, so I'm not going to repeat that. The first speaker, Mr. Pavan Duggal, did a great job of showing what all issues are today facing us in terms of cybersecurity and data privacy. What I would like to highlight is that these are the 5 basic points. We need to have confidentiality, integrity, availability. So these are kind of non-commensurable. Confidentiality and availability together is an issue, because we also want that our students be able to access our data in the universities. I come from the university background, and our students are connected to us 24/7. There are videos available on our websites, wherein if a student misses lectures, we provide them a video for them to make up those lectures. And there are so many things that we need to do in order to facilitate the learning of the students. But then the main kind of threats that we need to address is that some of those students, either because of lack of concern and knowledge, or because of some malicious intent, they would try to misuse these facilities that we try to provide. So in educational institutions, typically we are more worried about internal threats. So it could be because of malicious insiders or careless insiders, or it could be just social engineering. Attackers, they manipulate the insiders to gain access to restricted information, or weak password practices. Password sharing is one huge problem in institutions like ours. For example, a student would share his password with another student for various purposes, and then later claim that it was through that the unintentional hindrance, whichever was created in terms of data access, was done. So these are the kind of internal threats in educational institutions. Unauthorized access and privilege misuse. So you have privilege escalation, lack of cybersecurity awareness, either because of human error or failure to follow protocols. This failure to follow protocols is the most important thing in educational institutions. We need to sensitize the users at both faculty as well as student level that their passwords are important. And we were told that there could be penalties to the tune of 250 crores per contravention. And this is the kind of information that is just not available to the common public. Data mishandling or misuse is another one. Improper data disposal, unintended data exposure, use of unsecured devices, because students would use any kind of device across the campus in order to access the campus network. And they could also use unapproved software or systems or external collaboration tools. Stolen or lost devices is another huge problem. Unattended devices, weak internal security configurations, lack of updates and patching, data loss due to poor backup practices, these and lack of policy enforcement. Higher educational institutions, many of them yet do not have adequate governance of data privacy policies. So we do not have sufficient employee training. So these are the things that higher educational institutions need to address immediately, as soon as possible. Many examples have already been quoted, and most celebrated one is the one that All India Institute of Medical Sciences, which suffered a cyber attack that paralyzed their servers. And we are told that the huge amount of money was extorted, or claimed to be extorted, allegedly, for restoring the services. So obviously, HEIs need to care about cybersecurity and data privacy. Because of various kinds of attacks that have already been mentioned, I'll not go through these again. But the important point is that we can lock up everything. Will that serve the purpose? We need to provide remote and online learning. We want to increase the gross enrollment ratios. We want to have online learning. We want to have remote learning. A mention was made about the generative AI and its impact on education. There is another viewpoint to this. Nobody can stop a technology whose time has come. So we need to understand that generative AI is here to stay. It is going to be used by everyone, no matter what we do. Therefore, more importantly, what we need to understand is that our pedagogy, our system of education, our system of learning and teaching, that has to adapt itself to the new technologies. Today, a person going into the field still has access to these technologies. So what is important is what he or she can deliver with such technologies being available. So stopping the students from using such things in the campus is not really the solution. The kind of examinations, evaluations, the kind of thinking that we need to develop in the students, the kind of questions that we ask, they should be such that the students, in spite of having access to such generative AI, should be forced to think and analyze. We all know about Bloom's taxonomy. It's time we learn to move to the higher stages of Bloom's taxonomy in our teaching and learning. And we need to develop thinkers. And if technology can help us do that, why not? So that's one way of looking at these things. So we need open and collaborative academic environment, and collaboration includes generative AI. So students, staff, faculty members, they will use university networks from a wide range of devices and locations. We should give them academic freedom and autonomy, but we need to ensure compliance with legal and regulatory requirements. So, financial impact and costs have already been mentioned. We need to also have secure collaboration with external partners, because sensitive information is shared with external partners, and we need to ensure that this is not compromised and collaborative research projects remain secure. It's not enough for one side to be secure if the other side is not. So data sharing agreements will have to come with strict security requirements, and there is no scope for failure to meet these standards. So legal and regulatory requirements have been mentioned, and these are the key ones. Information Technology Act 2000 was mentioned, but there have been subsequently many other acts also that Government of India has created in order to ensure that the cybersecurity is not compromised. So some of those initiatives are these. We have a national cybersecurity strategy given by AICTE for higher educational institutions. Incidentally, today UGC is releasing, as part of the Jagrukta Divas, it's releasing a handbook, which would be very, very important for every university to peruse and follow in letter and spirit. So there are other very important initiatives, including the Cyber Safety and Hygiene Awareness Network, integration of cybersecurity into curricula. There are standard courses that have been designed, and our students, just like we have made environmental science a very predominant and important core course for the undergraduate students, I think it's time for us to also include integration of cybersecurity as one of the core courses in the undergraduate curricula. NEP has also focused on cybersecurity and data privacy, but what can we do and what should we do in order to implement this cybersecurity and data privacy framework as a higher educational institution? So here is the framework.
Excuse me, Professor, for further than 2 minutes, please.
Yeah. The 6 key technologies that will impact future of cybersecurity and privacy in higher educational institutions include AI and machine learning, zero trust architecture. Each person should be only able to access that kind of data that he or she requires and role. Cloud security. Now we are in UP, we are moving to e-Samarth. That's a great initiative by the government. And once we are moving to e-Samarth, there are a lot of these cybersecurity and data privacy problems that will be automatically resolved by a centralized, strong, secure database. But at our end, at the user end, as an institution, we'll also have to ensure that this part is not compromised. So we have data encryption and privacy preserving technologies, multi-factor authentication, and mention was made about AI. AI works both ways. It helps the attackers as well as the defenders. So we need AI governance, enabled cybersecurity, supported cybersecurity training, privacy enhancing technologies, AI-powered analytics and automation, and ethical AI development and use. I can go into details of all these, but what I would rather mention in the remaining time is all this is possible, but there are 3 R's that are most important today in terms of higher educational institutions. The first is recruit, the second is retrain, and the third is retain. Most higher educational institutions today do not have people who are comfortable with these technologies and the implementation of these technologies. We need to have recruitment and we need to have retraining of the existing staff. The area being hot, retaining them after their attaining the expertise level required to make the institution absolutely cyber secure is going to be another challenge. So as administrators in higher educational institutions, we need to seriously look at all the 3 R's: recruit, retrain, and retain. So we do have all these issues, and I would stop at this point. Thank you very much for your kind attention, and I'll wait for the Q&A.
Thank you, Professor Patwardhan. This was really informative from the perspective of especially the higher education institutions, especially the challenges, the internal threats being faced. And you have also provided a sort of a scenario wherein the kind of threats that the institutions would be facing, and obviously the both as well as internal as well as the external. It was quite succinctly presented in your presentation, and especially the last part I would really lay emphasis on, which is somewhere we are lacking as institutions in terms of as far as recruitment part is there, but the retraining part is something that all institutions, irrespective of the positions that the faculty members are holding, whether the positions that usually the focus is on assistant professors and associate. So when we come to professors, we think that we are already matured. There is no need to retrain and retention. Again, these 3 R's really speak everything about what you mentioned, and which is something as a takeaway, I would say. And obviously, you have provided the great details, in terms of threats, in terms of technology, in terms of simulation of scenarios and the technologies which are quite relevant, which will have an impact on the cybersecurity. So thank you so very much, Professor Patwardhan, for a very informative, thought-provoking presentation. And I'll request you to stay for the Q&A. And now we have with us Professor Ashok Kumar from Sports University, Rai. And so may I request him to...
Sir, I have to leave for a meeting. I would like to be excused. I'm so sorry.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Dr. Mittal and the chairman of the session and all the vice chancellors and others attending the session. My earlier speakers have already spoken about 3 various dimensions, different dimensions of the topic. Professor Duggal, Mr. Gupta, Mr. Patwardhan, and all 3 took different aspects. So I will also stress more on the 4th aspect, which will be more practical, because I, being a police officer, have former police officer, have detailed and in-depth knowledge of cyber crimes and people, how they suffer and how the crimes happen, and how we could protect ourselves against cyber crimes. We all know that life has become online, especially after COVID. Probably what could have happened in 20 years has happened in 2 years during COVID. From banking to education to media to work from home, everything has become digital and online now. And जिसे कहते हैं कि पूरी दुनिया मुट्ठी में आ गई है, borderless मतलब every borders don't exist in cyberspace. So I would say a major threat about online crimes and cyber security started with Snowden revelations. We all heard about WikiLeaks 2013. And the big thing about WikiLeaks was how could they get access to the data, to the emails of everyone all over the world? सोचने की बात है. Did they hack the emails? What did they do? We all know that sensitive emails were, flashed every day in the international media by Mr. Edward Snowden. But how America could get access to all those sensitive data, all those mails? It all happened through, they just arm twisted Google and Yahoo and got everything. Everything is there on the servers. So whatever passwords you use, whatever you do, they had everything. And everything got transferred to the intelligence people of USA. So that shows how vulnerable we are. That shows that nothing is 100% secure in the online world. कहीं ना कहीं data तो है ही. I will talk about, we all know about this Michigan attack. 23, Michigan University, because I took the example of a university. What happened? For 1 week, the classes were disrupted. 230,000 students and IT network was breached and all the classes were affected. So universities can be prime target of a cyber attack. Just go back to the next slide. Yes. Then we all know about the AIM cyber attack, which happened in 2022. And they demanded ransom of 200 crores. Everything was hacked. Everything was on hold. Just imagine how dangerous it could be. How many lives it could affect. How many lifelines it could affect. So it is being said that future wars will not be fought in air or on earth or in water. Future wars will be fought in cyberspace. Two things I'm trying to show in this slide. One is the volume of cybercrime. This is the data of our country. Cyber crimes per annum now have crossed the figure of 20 lakhs. You can notice. Before 2020, they were insignificant. But during Corona, cyber crimes have increased exponentially. There is one more factor of those figures, such a huge rise never takes place, 891%. That factor is that earlier there was not that cybercrime reporting portal we did not have. 1930, which is online reporting. So reporting has increased after 2020, but still you can imagine the volume. First 4 months in 24 is 7,40,000, so it will cross 20 lakhs. The volume of cybercrime is so much that it is beyond our capacity to handle it. Capacity of the law enforcement agencies, of the police, of cyber police stations and general police. We all know about various kinds of cyber crimes. I just mentioned a few. These are the prevalent most. And the latest two I will talk about. Ransomware, we know. Even this Ames was a ransomware. They demanded ransom of 200 crores. Sextortion is affecting our students, children, their parents, and even retired people. As DGP Uttarakhand, I got a case just at the fag end of my career from Uttarakhand, one retired personnel of LIC. He just picked a unknown video call, and there was a nude female on the other side, and then the screenshot was taken, and then the extortion calls, blackmailing calls started coming, and the poor fellow, he got, robbed of 45 lakh rupees. And when he was left with no money, then he approached me through some retired chief secretary. So just imagine, पहले ही आ जाना चाहिए भाई, सब कुछ हाथ से चला गया तब आप बता रहे हो, और इतना क्या डर है जब आपने क्राइम किया ही नहीं, क्यों डरना है? But this is the level of crimes, identity theft. The cyber criminals have become so emboldened, the law is so weak that they made even my own fake ID of a sitting DGP. They made fake ID of the officiating Chief Justice of Nainital High Court. So they are not worried at all. Voice cloning and deep fake are crimes of future and present also. But just see the potential deep fake has. They can spoil anybody's reputation. They can take up any video and put it on your face. Change the face, change the body, change everything. Change the voice. As one of the speakers was saying, it is very difficult to identify whether it is real or not. वैसे डीप फेक का फायदा जो रियल है वो लोग भी उठाते हैं आजकल, because they can claim कि it is deep fake, it is not me, और जनता मान लेगी. Digital arrest is the latest crime that is happening in the cyber world. I hope you all must have heard digital arrest, but what it is, anyone knows? Everybody knows. Oh yes, अभी हाल ही में बोला है हमने. But digital arrest में the issue is, why are people so afraid, so frightened, that they feel that they got arrested and they cannot move. They cannot move. You are charged of something that we received a parcel and there were drugs in the parcel. You are charged of such things, so many things. And then they say the ED and CBI, and in the name of something, the people will come. And then say you are arrested and you cannot move. If you move, you cannot move unless you transfer 5 crores into this account. So this is the story of digital arrest. But again, what's working behind all this? Why cyber crimes are happening with all of us? So I try to analyze these three are the main factors: fear, greed, and curiosity. या तो हम किसी लालच में फंसते हैं, या हम किसी डर में फंसते हैं, या हमें क्यूरियोसिटी है। फ्रेंड रिक्वेस्ट आ रही है लंदन से किसी फीमेल को, आई हैंडल दिस केस, 70 years, a retired person. He was robbed of 97 lakh rupees. When we caught the criminal was from South Africa. I mean, not South Africa, Africa, some Nigeria or some other country, but he was an African. So neither it was a female who sent the request, nor she was sitting in London. There was a criminal sitting in Northeast, and then he was in touch with this African. So curiosity भी होती है बहुत सारे फैक्टर में कि क्या है इसमें, नया क्या लिंक है, देखें तो क्या है। तो वो ये सारे फैक्टर्स हैं जिनकी वजह से हम इसका शिकार होते हैं। Another thing I have written in red, that every day, every week, every month they keep changing their modus operandi. तो कहाँ से आते हैं इतने modus operandi? कभी OLX फ्रॉड, कभी लॉटरी फ्रॉड, कभी KBC, कभी इतने सारे कहाँ से आते हैं? And these people, most of these people are not well educated. We keep catching them, though our percentage is low in cybercrime. In normal crime, our percentage of workout is 70%. National average. 70% plus workout. But in this cybercrime, it is very low. Hello? Every day they are changing their modus operandi. So what we found out was these people are running courses in cybercrime. जामताड़ा में, मेवात में, अनपढ़ लोग हैं आधे तो, और फिर भी इतने लोगों का बेवकूफ बना रहे हैं, अपने जाल में फंसा रहे। कैसे फंसा रहे? So they do courses in cybercrime, 7 days, 15 days, short courses, and they pay in lakhs. आप सबकी यूनिवर्सिटियों से ज्यादा चार्जेज है उनके। So I thought we can also do the same. That we should run, this is one big takeaway I would say. All universities should run short courses in cyber awareness and cyber security. कोई जरूरत नहीं हमें बीटेक एमटेक की उसके लिए। जब अनपढ़ लोग साइबर क्राइम कर सकते हैं, a normal graduate of any stream will also learn cyber security and cyber awareness. तो जहां भी रहेगा दुनिया में अपने सिस्टम्स को सेफ बनाएगा, सिक्योर बनाएगा। ओके, ready, it's your turn. वो जो बेल्ट बन गई ना जामताड़ा और ये सब, यस वही तो बोल रहा हूँ। वहां पे सिखाते हैं, उनका 1-1 लाख 2-2 लाख रुपए लेते हैं 15 दिन का, 7 दिन का। हाँ, मेवात तो जामताड़ा से आगे निकल गया। जामताड़ा की तो सीरीज बन गई, पर मेवात उसका बाप बन गया मतलब। Yeah, yes, that was one good attempt. I did that we talked about cyber tips I wanted to say, but time is not permitting that. हमें बेसिकली इसको मैं शॉर्ट में बोल दूं 3-4 स्लाइड्स को, कि कोई भी हमारे साथ साइबर क्राइम क्यों होता है। एक तो मैंने बोला नथिंग इज 100% safe in the cyber world. Number 2, question everything. We say ना 5 W's and 1 H. What, why, when, where, how. क्यों आ रहा है मेरे पास लिंक? अचानक से मेरे बच्चे को हॉस्पिटल में दिखा रहे हैं, मेरी वाइफ को। कहाँ से आ रहे हैं? जो डीप फेक करते हैं ना आपको, वॉइस क्लोनिंग वाले, कि आपकी वाइफ हॉस्पिटल में एडमिटेड है, 5 लाख रुपए डाल दो नहीं तो ये हो जाएगा वो हो जाएगा। या मेरे बच्चे के गले पे चाकू लगा हुआ है एंड द चाइल्ड इज क्राइंग। अरे बच्चा अचानक वहां से कहाँ चला गया? थोड़ा डाउट तो करो। अननोन लिंक है, क्यों मुझे भेज रहा है? एक अननोन लिंक पे आपने क्लिक किया, आपका पूरा मोबाइल क्लोन हो जाएगा, आपके सारे फोटो वीडियो एवरीथिंग इज गॉन in the other's hands. So we have to take care of all these things. Our passwords have to be very strong, right? These I had given basic tips. all your authentication should be at least two-factor. Password security, our passwords are so simple, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. 50% लोगों का यही मिलता है. आपके कंप्यूटर खुले रहते हैं, कोई भी आके उसमें कुछ भी कर लेगा, डेटा थेफ्ट से लेके सब कुछ. तो कम से कम लॉक तो लगाइए. क्या करेंगे आप, जो हैकर्स हम क्या करेंगे, आपके दोस्तों का नाम, आपके परिवार का नाम, आपकी डेट ऑफ बर्थ, ये सब डाटा तो ऑनलाइन अवेलेबल है. आप थ्रू सोशल इंजीनियरिंग दे गेट एवरीथिंग. और अदरवाइज थ्रू डार्क नेट दे विल परचेज. डार्क नेट में $1 में एक डाटा बिक रहा है एक आदमी. इमेजिन, इतना सस्ता है डाटा, क्योंकि वो तो हजारों का भी दे देते हैं. तो आप अपना पासवर्ड टफ बनाइए. सबसे पहले आपका डेट ऑफ बर्थ, आपके परिवार के नाम, दोस्तों के नाम, ये सब ढूंढेगा. 90% लोग यही बनाते हैं. तो उसको रिवर्स करिए. साइबर क्राइम and cyber security are interlinked. Cyber crime usually will be used for individuals. Cyber security we use for organizations. But basically, making people secure, people and organizations secure against cyber crime. So they are both basically same things. That is the whole idea. These, I think, my predecessors have talked what is important in cyber security. This also was talked more by Mr. Patwardhan. There are three basic measures. Though is already said about 3 R's. So multi-factor authentication, role-based access. We give access to everyone. Only one particular person should have an access to some data. Your data should be encrypted. Your communication should be secure. Our system should be updated regularly. We should monitor all our networks continuously. अचानक से ट्रैफिक बढ़ गया, घट गया, क्यों हो रहा है, कैसे हो रहा है, कुछ साइबर क्राइम तो नहीं हो रहा हमारे अगेंस्ट. ट्रेनिंग, you already talked about retraining, recruitment, retraining, and we also always should have a one backup data. एक सर्वर पे है, उससे काम नहीं चलेगा. एक उसका बैकअप सर्वर होना ही चाहिए हमारे पास कहीं ना कहीं. तो बैकअप, जिससे कि रिकवरी हो सके. अगर किसी दिन साइबर अटैक हुआ, आपका सारा डाटा क्या सब खत्म, फिर तो रैंसम वाला पैसे लेके जाएगा. तो एक बैकअप डाटा जरूर होना चाहिए. Data protection, I think Mr. Duggal spoke very well. And about this Data Protection Act, as he also said, the maximum fine is up to 500 crores. And फाइन किस पे लगेगा, जिसके कस्टडी में डाटा है. तो यूनिवर्सिटीज की कस्टडी में बहुत सारा डाटा है. तो इस एक्ट को बहुत अच्छे से ढंग से पढ़ लीजिए. पता चला अचानक से साइबर फ्रॉडस्टर्स आपके आ गए, एडमिशन दिखा दिया, और फिर ये केस आप पे डाल रहे हैं कि मेरा डाटा चोरी हो रहा है, मेरा डाटा लीक हो गया, मेरा ये हो गया. तो कितना बड़ा फाइन कहाँ तक जा सकता है. सो दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. आप इसके नोडल ऑफिसर लगा दीजिए साइबर सिक्योरिटी. एक तो सीएसओ होता है ना हर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में, साइबर सिक्योरिटी ऑफिसर, उसी को डाटा प्रोटेक्शन ऑफिसर डिक्लेयर करके उनके साथ जो है, आई थिंक this has already been spoken. This I had written about future challenges. Maybe my time is over, so I'll skip that. So thank you all. This book, Cyber Encounters, I had written a year ago along with my co-author, Mr. Obi Manocha, who is here. And the foreword of this book on the left lower corner is written by none other than Mr. Amitabh Bachchan. Thank you. Yes, yes, because he himself was duped of cyber fraudsters. So he agreed to write a foreword.
Thank you, Professor Ashok Kumar. And हाँ यहीं आ जाता है. this was really, but we should compliment the organizers for providing we have speakers from a wide ranging perspectives that we got. First from a practicing lawyer who provided all the legal provisions that exist in the country and which actually forms the basic framework of policy formulation related to cyber law and cyber security. And then we had a technology practitioner from a ministry, and followed by a perspective from an academic institution, and finally from somebody who is actually implementing the policy from the perspective of a police officer who is actually into the thick and thin of things related to cyber crimes. And obviously, it's very fortunate the institution to have somebody at the helm who also happens to be a technocrat and ex-police officer holding the institution. So he can create actually a template of cyber security for other higher education institutions. So this is something really special. I must compliment. So the house is open now for the question and answer. So any question, and specifically you kindly introduce yourself and specifically the question to which speaker it is addressed to.
Basically, you have mentioned that cyber crimes are increasing. I simply want to know to what extent these cyber crimes are being solved. In terms of percentage. Like, I think most of us have been sometimes, not exactly the word duped I should use, but we have been misrepresented by, say, the fake mails in our names or
As I said,
WhatsApp messages being given.
as I already said, the crime working out rate of cyber crimes is very low. Firstly, conversion from complaint to FIR is also very low. Many of the complainants also don't want. Sometimes the amount is small, sometimes other factors, and then even the police doesn't want. As I told you, the capacity building is taking place, but still it is not that much. And there is a lacuna in IT Act. They say the only inspector rank and above can investigate. इतने inspector police में होते ही नहीं. So they better avoid registering FIR. Complaint is there, it is not getting converted into FIR. First problem.
No, only we are registering the FIR, but we never.
Those are not FIRs.
Okay.
Those are online complaints. I will clarify this difference. A complaint is different than FIR. FIR is a legal document. For first information report of a crime, it becomes a legal document, it goes to the court, and at least 50 pages have to be written by an investigating officer, even if it is a fake case. Because he has to go to the site, make a map, everything has to be written and this, that, everything. Finally, the court accepts. So one legal document, it's a big job. So conversion into FIR is very poor, very low. Once FIR is registered, the workout is also not very high. But what I realized as DGP was that if we want to work out cases, if you are serious after working it out, because big cases I always took care. Cases against ladies of sexual harassment, of other things, plus these cases of big money frauds. So we could work out. Though working out is very difficult because physical footprints we have hundreds of them. मौके पे आएगा जाएगा कोई CCTV में 50 जगह पकड़ा जाएगा, ठीक है, फिर उसके मोबाइल में 50 जगह पकड़ा जाएगा. But digital footprints are very difficult, and whatever footprints we get digitally, catching criminals from those footprints is not easy. जैसे मैंने बोला कि क्रिमिनल कुछ और है, उसका फ्रंट फेस कुछ और है. वो बैंक अकाउंट तक पहुंचे तो वो सब सोशल इंजीनियरिंग के थ्रू किसी का भी आधार कार्ड से बैंक अकाउंट खुला हुआ है, उसको ऑपरेट कोई और कर रहा है, सो वो रियल नहीं है. तो उसके पीछे जाना इज वेरी डिफिकल्ट. Maybe if you read this book, Cyber Encounters, you will get to know how difficult investigation is. Thank you.
So, first of all, I should compliment all the speakers for a very good session. I mean, all the speakers spoke very well and very enlightening. something which worries everybody is that you say nothing is 100% safe in the online world. But today, all the banking operations, all our bank accounts, all the mutual funds, everything is online. So, do you think that if some cyber attack is there on the banking operations or on mutual fund or something, so everybody will lose all the money?
They are also supposed to, put systems in place. Right?
Supposed to, or they have?
They are trying to. I will not say that they have done it 100%. RBI has made guidelines, and RBI की guidelines को government banks are following strongly, not government banks. इसलिए fake account खुल रहे हैं, हजारों में खुल रहे हैं, हजारों में बंद हो रहे हैं.
तो इसका मतलब प्राइवेट बैंक में पैसा नहीं रखना चाहिए, गवर्नमेंट में रखना चाहिए.
कुछ तो प्राइवेट बैंक लौट के गए, आपको पता है. बट आप सोचो, हजारों अकाउंट खुल रहा है, बंद हो रहा है, पैसा निकला 10 लाख और गायब. तो भाई बैंक को नहीं पता चल रहा. दे कैन ऑल्सो स्टॉप इट. उनको बिजनेस बढ़ाना है. एक एक क्रिमिनल से हमें 3-3 हजार वो निकला है, ये जो सिम कार्ड. टेलीफोन ऑपरेटर को नहीं पता है कहां से जा रहे हैं उसके पास. नो ही अलाउड है मैक्सिमम बाय द लॉ. तो ये जो चीजें है ना, तो बहुत सारे फैक्टर्स काम करते हैं. फिर भी बैंकिंग सिस्टम बेटर हो चुका है ओवर लास्ट 5 years. बट जो बाकी और जो पेमेंट के सिस्टम्स है ना, वो उनमें अभी भी लैग होना चाहिए. तो धीरे धीरे होगा. ये तो चोर सिपाही का खेल है मैडम. सीधी सी बात है कि चोर तो चोरी करने का प्रयास करता रहेगा, उस पर हम लोग साइबर सिक्योरिटी के स्टेप्स डालते रहेंगे. उसका अब तो देखो उस स्टेज पे आ गए कि गोइंग बैक इज इम्पॉसिबल. तो लाइफ में तो डिजिटल ही रहना है. उसको कितना स्ट्रांगली हम लोग सिक्योर कर सकते हैं, वो हमारे आपके सबके काम है जो टेक्निकल इंडस्ट्रीज में बैठे हैं.
Can I add a point, please?
हाँ जी.
Can I add a point, please?
Yes, please go ahead, Professor Patwardhan.
I think what has been mentioned as in the answer is perfect, but only thing that I want to add is a very big deterrent is that the attackers are using technology to attack, but there are technologies that also look at the traces to get back to the attackers. And that is a very big deterrent. We have very strong technologies. We can find traces and get back. That also has to be strengthened. Thank you.
This is something what the forensic trail of the that you mean. And this is something really interesting. Yes. You want to say something?
I agree with Mr. Patwardhan, but it's not easy. Very, very difficult. It's very, very difficult. It's obviously that's why cases are being worked out through technology only. So finally, we get hold of footprints, but it's not easy. It's very difficult, and police people are not so well trained. In the country, only 2 states have given technical manpower for cybercrime, handling cybercrime. Can you imagine? So they are normal police people, and they are supposed to investigate all these cybercrimes.
Yeah, but I think what was indicated was that in case, this is further amplified, the trail part. So, and I know. Yes.
I have another question with respect to police.
Please kindly introduce yourself.
Myself, Dr. M.B. Chetty, Vice Chancellor from Sanskrit University, Mathura. We have been getting the mails in the name of Commissioner of Police Cybercrime that you are involved in the porn for photography and other things, and within 24 hours if you don't report, then you will be arrested. And
that is digital arrest crime.
So it has the seal of the police, the Commissioner
Everything
of Police.
is fake, as Mr. Gupta was saying.
Right. No,
you must verify from police.
No.
नहीं इग्नोर करने का नहीं, जरूर रिपोर्ट करिए. 1930 पे रिपोर्ट करिए, अदरवाइज अपने लोकल जो
I gave a written complaint to the police, so no response. I gave a written complaint with my name, with my seal, with my letterhead. I gave a written complaint to the police and attached that those mails which I received and many of my colleagues in the university received, and there was absolutely no feedback from the police.
I told you again, they know that phishing attempts are, being taken in thousands, right? So वो उसको ignore करते हैं. If you were duped or then they would have been more serious. Because as I said, they are already overloaded. तो वो उसका FIR में convert होना आसान नहीं है. वो उनको सोचेंगे, तभी तो उनका इतने emboldened हो गए हैं कि DGP की fake ID बना रहे हैं, Chief Justice की fake ID बना रहे हैं.
So we have to just ignore.
Maybe you have to. क्या करें?
पुलिस तो इग्नोर कर ही रही है.
एक बात जरूर है, एक बात प्लीज 1930 यूज करें. Everyone should get it reported at least on 1930. That's a national cyber crime reporting portal. उसका आप एडवांटेज देखिए. आजकल आपने फोन में आ रहे ना स्पैम आता है ना, पोटेंशियल स्पैम. तो वो कहाँ से आ रहा है? बिकॉज वो नंबर कहीं रिपोर्टेड है थ्रू 1930. फिर उसको ब्लैकलिस्ट कर देंगे, फिर आपको वो बाद में ब्लॉक भी कर देते हैं. तो इसके थ्रू कहीं ना कहीं वो हमारे डाटाबेस में चला जाएगा. So if it is not getting converted into FIR, at least get it logged in 1930.
Sir, in fact, having such a big system with even the higher education systems, because we are moving to AI and everything, what maybe 1-2 points you feel that be just implemented with the higher education system, which will help in just addressing this issue of cyber crime, protection and everything?
सारा आपका सिस्टम सिक्योर होनी चाहिए. सारी उसमें सॉफ्टवेयर जो है ना, कोई भी पायरेटेड नहीं होना चाहिए. फिर उसमें दूसरा जो थर्ड है कि हम लोग को, सॉरी मेरे दिमाग से निकल गया. ये दो बड़े पॉइंट मैंने आपको बताए. हाँ, साइबर क्राइम आपके बड़े इंस्टीट्यूशन में ना हो तो उसको लिए हमको ये जो है स्टेप्स लेने पड़ेंगे. बाकी तो मैंने बोला ये जो आपको कुछ भी ऑनलाइन उसको क्लिक नहीं करना है, अननोन पर्सन को एक्सेस नहीं देना है जो आप ही के सिस्टम में है, ठीक है ना. और बहुत सारी पायरेटेड सॉफ्टवेयर ले लेते हैं, उसको नहीं लेना है. यही सब है. और लगातार आप उसको अपने एक साइबर सिक्योरिटी ऑफिसर रखेंगे उसके ऊपर, तो वो कोई एक जो नए अपडेट आते हैं ना सॉफ्टवेयर के, वो जरूर से जरूर लगाएं. आपके मोबाइल के लिए भी सभी लोग कीप योरसेल्फ अपडेटेड, क्योंकि नया सॉफ्टवेयर अपडेट आएगा तो पुराना वायरस आया होगा तो खत्म हो जाएगा. तो ये सारी इनको ट्रेनिंग करते रहिए. अपने जो जितने लोग हैंडलर है, एक भी अनऑथराइज्ड बंदे को एक्सेस मत दीजिए. जो लोग हैंडल कर रहे हैं उनको अच्छे से ट्रेन कराइए, रीट्रेन कराइए. दिस इज इट.
Hello. Yes. I have a question, sir. I'm Tankeshwar Kumar, Vice Chancellor, Central University of Haryana. I have been dealing with IT services of Punjab University for 9 years. So, we used to have email servers or anything which was to be developed at in-house, that our own data house, and everything was in-house. Right. Now what is happening is, now all the universities, we look at their email, it's .ac.in, .edu.in, but their front end is ac.in, but the back end is Gmail. Ultimately, as you talked about, the WikiLeaks, all these things. So every mail, whether we're sending it from ac.in, it is going through the Gmail. Right. So where is the, why it is happening? At least we should, in India, we should have at least one NAC.in is there. We can have something like AC.in, DU.in for at least one platform should be available for the whole of the India. And that can save a lot of things. There are a lot of crimes. And even we do not sometimes, we talk about put our data on the cloud, and the cloud is not hosted in India itself. It is somewhere abroad. And we can.
धीरे धीरे चाइना ने देखो ना, उसने तो आधे सिस्टम को दिया ही नहीं. व्हाट्सएप उनके ऑपरेट ही नहीं करता है. ये नो कि जो यहाँ जाएगा उनके पास होगा सब कुछ.
तो ऐसा कुछ नेशनल लेवल पे करना चाहिए मैडम, AIU कर सकते हैं।
Yeah, so would Dr. Dugal or Professor Patwardhan like to comment on the question? Because this is quite interesting. What the question being asked is that even though the email IDs are .ac.in, but at the back end it's basically Gmail only, and it's most of the institutions are having this kind of an arrangement. So what is being suggested and indicated is why not we can't have a sort of a some NIC kind of a which is uniformly applicable throughout the country. So I mean, may I request for either of the two, in fact, both of you to respond, and this is something interesting.
Well,
May I?
Yes, please.
The point is that that was the ideal that we aspire for, and by the time that's not available, we can still have at our own end screening softwares that screen every packet that comes in. And that's what we have already done. In our institute, we are using the same model as has been suggested. AC.in तो है, लेकिन पीछे Gmail ही है. लेकिन वो पैकेट स्क्रीनिंग के थ्रू हम ये जरूर चेक कर लेते हैं कि उसका सोर्स क्या है. और जैसा सर ने भी पहले बताया, कोई इनऑर्डिनेट ट्रैफिक अगर बढ़ जाता है किसी पर्टिकुलर सोर्स से, so those are all indicators of attacks, wherein we can catch the spam and we can have our own firewalls configured to do that. So that is what we can do in the meantime. Of course, the ideal situation is that we have our own thing. Thank you.
Dr. Dugal?
and
Yes.
by saying
Yes,
that
please.
let's not wait for the so-called development of secure platforms in India to go on. It'll take quite some time. So if you're expecting somebody in India to come up with something like Google or a Google equivalent in the next 2, 3, 4 years, then you're mistaken. That's not going to happen. Primarily because India doesn't have the legal or the right policy or the enabling environment for the development of these kinds of unicorns. But having said that, I think the onus will be on us to come up with cogent security tools which we can use. Well, most of the people are going for Google because that's one of the most predominant services that are available. However, just because you have gmail.com at the background does not mean that you are secure. Today, Gmail gets hacked left, right, and center. So therefore, very quickly, you'll have to have more cyber security tools incorporated at the application level in the universities so that at least they can start protecting. Also, we'll have to look at kind of disaster recovery management approaches, because please understand, today if you are going to put all your eggs in one basket and those eggs would be attacked, then your entire data would be gone. Hence, disaster recovery management, taking regular backups are going to be crucial. And ultimately, it's not just only putting in a firewall or putting in an antivirus that will go to make you safe. You will have to adopt a variety of other technological tools which can try to make your data more secure, try to have a kind of a pretty robust data center, and if possible, try to have a disaster recovery management at a solution at a level which is not connected to the internet. Because today, more and more universities are going to be attacked by ransomware attacks. Every 11 seconds, a company becomes a victim of a ransomware attack in India. By the end of 2024, every 9 seconds, a company in India will become a victim of a ransomware attack. So I expect, since the universities are sitting on huge volumes of data, you being potentially targeted by ransomware attacks are going to be relatively more higher. Hence, quicker we come up with more proactive strategies and approaches will be better, and ultimately we'll have to start incorporating a culture of cybersecurity amongst the university ecosystem stakeholders as we move forward. I think that's my 2 bits in that regard. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Dur. Very nicely summarized and covering almost highlighting the urgency of rather than waiting for the best thing to happen, try to secure as much as possible and with the whatever is available. I mean, thank you so very much. Any other questions, please?
I'm Dr. Alok Mishra, Joint Secretary, Association of Indian Universities. Just want my comment and one query also that. First thing, really appreciate the way explain my cybersecurity. This is a really good thing. But वो deep fake के बारे में बताया तो मुझे लगता है deep fake शायद thousands year back में deep fake कैसे था जब लक्ष्मण ने लक्ष्मण रेखा बनाई और कहा कि बाहर नहीं जाना है और मारीच राक्षस ने अपना हिरण का रूप धर करके और उसको भागते हुए राम गए और वहां जब बाण लगा तो राम की रियल आवाज को निकाला और फिर दिन ये कहते हैं कि सीता ने कहा कि जाओ देखो तुम्हारे ब्रदर बुला रहे हैं बार बार वही आवाज आ रही थी जो राम की आवाज तो लगता है डीप फेक की हिस्ट्री करने के तो मुझे लगता है कि इतनी डीप फेक हिस्ट्री जिससे पूरा ये भारतीय धर्म स्थापित हुआ उस डीप फेक अगर नहीं होता तो सीता का हरण नहीं होता और वो भाग के गए उसके बाद फिर उस डीप फेक से हुआ और जाके वहां देखा तो वो मारिच राक्षस था जो राम नाम ले रहा था और बुला रहा था तो डीप फेक इस तरीके से मुझे लगता है ये शायद जब से मानव सभ्यता है कहीं न कहीं ये इस तरह की चीज होती रही है और अब एक नए रूप में ये सामने आई है रिसेंटली हम क्योंकि अभी सेंचुरी सेलिब्रेशन कर रहे हैं हम जगह जगह बल्क एक साथ कुछ मेल भेज रहे थे तो उसमें था js_ccaiu@ai.ac.in अभी मुझे ऑफिस पता चला कि हम भेज रहे थे कि एक सेंचुरी सेलिब्रेशन प्रोग्राम होना है तो यूनिवर्सिटीज से उसमें सपोर्ट्स आने के लिए किस प्रकार से बाकी लोग सपोर्ट करेंगे पता चला उस अंडरस्कोर को चेंज करके डैश बीच में कर दिया और थोड़ा सा चेंज किया और उससे कोई और मेल किसी को गया जो मेरे मेल को मैंने कहा पता चला उन्होंने कहा कि ये तो हमने भेजा हमारी ऑफिस से नहीं गया होगा पता चला कि ये ऐसा भी हो सकता है कि हमने एक साथ मेल भेजा और एक कहीं और मेल गया और वहां से इस प्रकार होने लगा तो इससे कैसे बचा जाए मतलब समटाइम लगता है कि हम ऑलरेडी हम भेज रहे हैं और लग रहा है कि शायद वहां से ही मेल आ रहा हो पता चला किसी ने और इस तरह से अमाउंट का क्लेम कर लिया कि आप इसमें करो ये अकाउंट ये है तो हाउ यू फील दैट कि जब हम ऑफिशियल कम्युनिकेशन कर रहे हैं और ऐसे डैश को कोई ध्यान नहीं देता कैसे हो
वो तो फेक आईडी वाले ही क्राइम हो गया ना कि समवन इज पोजिंग एज यू समवन इज पोजिंग एज मी सो ये तो जिसके साथ हो रहा है ये हैज टू रियलाइज आप कुछ नहीं कर पाएंगे बिकॉज एज मिस्टर गुप्ता आल्सो सेड देयर आर 100 वेज ऑफ मेकिंग अ फेक मेल वो जो उन्होंने आज पहले ओ की जगह जीरो कर दिया तो कितना बड़ा वो आइडिया आम आदमी को आइडिया ही नहीं लगेगा तो ये तो द रिसीवर हैज टू बी अवेयर कि ये रियल है कि फेक है उसका कंटेंट से पता चल जाएगा एक्चुअली कंटेंट से ही पता चल सकता है
वैसे भी मैं समझता हूँ कि हमें अब समय आ गया है
दुग्गल साहब से okay sir Dr. Duggal one question addressed to you
I think it's the last
this is the last question that we are taking
rather these are the points first I will thank all the speakers a wonderful presentations by all many things have been resolved but issues of cybercrime a lot of issues sir you have said Professor Duggal what is the solution how to check or reduce it and another point is digitization we discussed many times in the university. I am Professor Kaushan, Vice Chancellor Horticulture University in Uttarakhand. We are interested to digitize the whole of the institution, right? But afraid of data hacking. And what are the simple security measures we have to take? Another is, you have talked about the personal data. See, a lot of RTI information is being asked from the institutions, of the faculty, about the students, or whatever the staff. So, what type of personal data we should avoid? We can say no, we cannot provide. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Dr. Duggal.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir, for that question. I think the time has come where we are not looking from solutions from outside, but from inside, which is that post-COVID-19, let's start inculcating an element of distrust and mistrust as part of our mindsets. Let's not trust any information till such time we have not independently authenticated or verified its authenticity or veracity. That's number one. Number two, let's not play with personal data like data of Aadhaar is fire.
So Duggal, is the volume, please, there's some issue that we are facing.
Okay, sir, am I more audible right now, sir? Am I more audible right now?
Yeah. Now it's
thank you. I was saying that there are a couple of ways which we can move forward. Number one is we will have to start inculcating an element of distrust and mistrust as part of our day-to-day lives. Why? Because till such time we don't independently authenticate the authenticity or veracity of such kind of a content, I think we should not be relying upon such content. That's one. Number two, on personal data, some personal data are a clear no-no. So please don't get any photocopies of any Aadhars collected on your universities. Why? Because if it's a normal Aadhar number, then you're playing with fire. Why? Because you're going to get covered under the Aadhar Act, you will get covered under the DPDP Act. If you are really insistent on getting a Aadhar printout, please ask them to give you a copy of the masked printout, where just the last 4 digits are available and the remaining stuff is not available. But ultimately, it's all got to be talking about understanding that if I'm going to be less adventuristic, more conservational, then I will be on a much better footing. We'll have to understand that we'll have to draw our own Lakshman Rekha. We should not really click on any links. We should not trust any information coming from a third party whom we don't know. We should never click on any information that some unknown person has sent us. We should never open up our video calls from unknown numbers. We should stop entertaining unknown numbers. Why? Because that could be a source of not just digital arrest and cyber fraud, but they could also open up and expose your systems to cyber threats, cyber infections, which could go ahead and delete your data. Please realize that you will be targeted for your data because you are now a data entity. Your data is potentially the most valuable, the most monetizable commodity for which cyber criminals are going to target you. Hence, nothing but a change of mindset. Let's start adopting cybersecurity as a mindset issue. Let's not start giving legal or just a lip service to it. Let's start coming up with regular capacity building awareness programs and encourage people to use technologies like virtual private networks, which are going to go ahead and make you more secure. But at the end of the day, please protect your crown jewels. Your crown jewels are your personal data, your data that's crucial to your educational institution, to your university, because once that gets hacked and you don't have a backup, you will be in serious trouble. Hence, protect your personal jewels, try to adopt more proactive cyber security mechanisms and procedures, and ultimately, let's be mindful. जब हम छोटे होते थे हमारे माँ बाप कहा करते थे भाई किसी अनजान व्यक्ति से बात ना करें. आई थिंक वो प्रिंसिपल आज पुनः से वापस साइबर स्पेस में लाने की आवश्यकता है. लेट्स स्टॉप interacting with strangers. Let's start consolidating and strengthening our own cyber security and data security. Thanks. I hope that answers that question.
Very well said, very well said. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Durgal. So we come to the end of the wonderful and interesting session, I must say, and there were several takeaways from this session. And first of all, again, at the cost of repetition, I would like to compliment the organizers for having such a interesting panel covering different aspects related to cybersecurity and data security. And in fact, each one of them have actually provided altogether a new perspective to the issue and challenge that the higher education institutions are facing. And there are several takeaways which we must, as people responsible for running the institutions need to think about is one, basically more awareness about issues related to cybersecurity. Usually we tend to ignore certain things because this is a technology that with which we have to live, and the digitalization or democratization of education is going to come. This is going to the way in which we are going to progress. So therefore, all these things we need to take into consideration. The awareness and regular, in fact, Professor Ashok Kumar mentioned about the cyber awareness and security short-term programs. In fact, usually what we tend to think that only engineering background students would be able to understand the nitty-gritties of cyber awareness and security. But the key is this, that you don't need to be a mechanical engineer to drive a car. You just need to know. So that is the key. That is the key to actually use the technology, and that is what we need to do more often at our respective academic institutions. And obviously the importance of, as Professor Patwardhan also mentioned, that we have already introduced environmental studies as a mandatory course in our curriculum. There is a need, as we are seeing, that there is a need to have a cybersecurity mandatory course across all our academic programs. And also there is a need to have a cybersecurity officer as a nodal person, given the kind of threats that we foresee. And obviously before, usually there is a saying, excellence is the worst enemy of very good. So let us do something good so that by excellence automatically will happen. Try to do, make within our constraints, our existing system as robust as possible. And I think it was a highly enriching session with the kind of the talks presented by all four speakers, very valuable. And I think there are so many takeaways for all of us from this. Thank you so very much for your patience. And again, I will compliment the organizers for having such a wonderful time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. With this, we come to the end of this highly insightful session. A sincere thanks to all our speakers for joining us and for knowledge sharing. May I now request Honorable Vice Chancellor, Graphic Dean of University, Professor Nurpinder Singh Ji, and Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General AIU, to felicitate the dignitaries on the dais. A very special thanks to Shri Ashok Kumar Ji for his presence, for the electronic that he delivered. Thank you very much, sir. We thank Professor Prateek Sharma Ji for chairing the session, for being here. Thank you very much, sir. We also express gratitude to our online speakers for their valuable insights today. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you all. Have a good day. We'll now take a short break for tea and then we'll resume for the valedictory session. Thank you all. This was a great session. We'll resume back here at 12:15.
world has got universities as a members, prime members. Prime members means they have got the voting rights and other things. But then they have got a lot of associate members, especially in terms of industry who works for education. And the colleges and the autonomous colleges which are working in the field of education. Those are associate members with very, very limited rights not to vote, but to participate in the academic activities which the association does. I think I propose also that all of us should think in that direction. That if this association, because the association, if it wants to do big work, it should have great corpus. And I have got no hesitation in saying that in the comparison of all other associations, is such a big association, we have got very less money in the corpus for us. So 2, 3 things which we have seen while looking to a lot of associations in the world. One, they have got a lot of industry as a members, a lot of colleges as a members. They are also trying to do a lot of government projects, United Nations projects and other projects in terms of the international mobility. Third important thing which we have seen is that they are doing world-class conferences where people come and pay for those conferences. They are also running a lot of courses which are cutting edge of technologies and doing a lot of helping the government and the other universities to do an accreditation and the rankings. So my proposal in this business session is that as all of you are an honorable member of this association, you are also thought leaders of the country. And as association is in the 100 years, we should actually relook and reform and re-update our software to be the generation next association. Because if we keep on doing a routine and mundane activities, I think now 40, 30 years before, AIU was only doing the conference, but now so many bodies are doing conference like UGC and all other are doing conferences. And in last 20, 15 years, there are a lot of associations and bodies who have also concentrated on the academic domains. So as a leader, if we want to sustain, and as a members and as a team, if we want to sustain AIU, I think it needs a totally new direction. As per this is my personal view and as a view of the president, that I need a lot of support from all of you to actually do a brainstorming in a fearless manner and in a democratic manner so that we can come with a generation next association which actually fulfills the aspirations of all our members and also the aspiration of the country. So I will tell Pankaj ma'am to give a very brief presentation so that our time is not wasted in the routine kind of a presentation. And ma'am can also put on the website this presentation so that you can look onto the presentation. And then I will require some 15, 20, 30 minutes from the honorable members to give us the suggestions, which is the most important part of this session. Pankaj madam to be very short. Thank you.
Very what was it? अभी रुको अभी 5-10 मिनट रुको उसके बाद अच्छा सीधा यही लगा देंगे ना सीधा ठीक है साइड में लगा दो So a very good afternoon to all of you and welcome to the AIU business session. I will be giving a small presentation on what AIU has been doing and what AIU has done in the last year especially. And if you have any suggestions on how we can improve our working, what all we can be doing more as compared to what we are doing right now, we will be very happy to know. So as you all know that we are celebrating the centenary year, we were established in 1925. and 2025 we are completing 100 years. So this is our centenary year. And on 29th of September 67, we were registered as a society by the name Association of Indian Universities. And these have been the former presidents of AIU, certainly Dr. Radhakrishnan, Dr. Shyam Prasad Mukherjee, Dr. Zakir Hussain, Dr. Hansa Mehta, Dr. Shimali, Dr. Mudalia. So you can know the legacy of AIU from the stalwarts who have been the presidents of AIU in the past. Next. And this is the largest university association of the world. Even the international associations, which have many country universities as the members, they don't have so many members. So right now our membership is 1,035, which includes all sorts of universities, whether it is central universities, state universities, deemed universities, private universities, or even institutions of national importance like IITs, NITs, IISers, AIMS. So these are our members, and then we also have 18 international universities as our associate members. So right now 1,035 members with 18 international members and rest Indian universities as our members. Next. And these are basically the functions and activities of AIU, that we work as a think tank on higher education, as a bridge between government and universities. So if universities want to say something to the government, we act as your voice to the government. And if the government has to implement something, we act as a bridge for the government to work for the universities. We do many capacity building programs. For example, we have AADCs to do the capacity building programs for the teachers, especially on use of technology for improving the teaching, learning, governance, research. We do a lot of cultural activities. Again, AIU is the only organization, I think, in the world which is doing so many activities, whether it is culture, sports, academics, research, equivalence of foreign degrees with Indian degrees. So this is the only organization which is having, most of the countries, like sports is a separate organization, culture is a separate organization, equivalence is a separate organization. So this is sort of an all-in-one organization. Next. In youth festivals, we have festivals at the international, Asian, national and zonal level. Recently, a delegation from, say, Banasthali Vidyapeeth went to Egypt for showcasing the Rajasthani folk dance there. So we have many international festivals, but in India also we have national, Asian and zonal festivals. They are very rich festivals, so if your students must be going. But I will also request that if the Vice Chancellors can come to any of these festivals, it is really a treat for the eyes. We have AIU adventure camps, youth literary functions for events. We have theatre, music, dance festivals. We started AIU moot court competition around 3-4 years back. So every year we have a moot court competition, and we also have a women youth parliament for the last 5 years. Next. These are some of the glimpses of our youth festivals. We do many championships. Around 128 events at the national and zonal level we are holding every year, and this is something which is very big, because holding so many events and involving more than 5 lakh students is not a small thing. So holding 128 sporting competitions every year so far, and the next will be in February. And the effect of sports can be known from the fact that 44 Olympians in the Tokyo Olympics were from the university sector. And India is also holding, again for the first time, World University Games in shooting in Manavarachna, which will be held next month. And India-Australia University cricket match. This is again being done for the first match that we have seen, India-Australia cricket match, but India-Australia University cricket match. That is happening for the first time on 27th of November at Mumbai in the D.Y. Patil University, which has a very good cricket ground. And World University Games in Chengdu, India, won 26 models. And this is again a record, because in the last 60 years combined, we have won 18 medals, but in this year alone, we won 26 medals. These are some of the glimpses of the sports events. Even Prime Minister in the Mann Ki Baat and at the floor of the House in the Parliament, he mentioned about the World University Games and the contribution of AIU. Equivalence of degrees is a mandate given to us by the Government of India, that we do equivalence of foreign degrees with the Indian degrees. And at the national level, we do the equivalence of PG diploma and the fellow programs with the masters, say MBA and PhD. These are the diplomas which are awarded by the non-university standalone institutions. Foreign, we are doing the international boards of education, and then degree diplomas awarded by recognized universities for admission to HEIs and employment purposes. Next. Now we have computerized most of the activities of AIU. It is being done by InfluNet Ahmedabad. Every university has to register using login ID and password. I'm sure all of the universities present here, they must have received their login ID credentials. And if you have not received, please do write to us. We'll provide you one. Online payment gateway is there, and we have equivalence portal, VC seniority portal, AIU collaboration portal, and AIU youth affairs portal. Even sports portal has been activated, and now all the received the handbook. A copy is lying outside also, but this book was very big. And this is the INHI portal which we have just launched. And INHI portal is Indian Network for Internationalization of Higher Education. This is basically a handhold mechanism of AIU for our own member universities, that if you want to do internationalization, but you don't know how to do it, whom to contact, or how to find a partner, what type of partnerships can be there, all that can be done through AIU. We will be hand-holding you through this INHI portal. Our Joint Secretary, Mr. Kuldeep Dagar, must have given you the folder for INHI, sort of a pamphlet for INHI, which tells that how to become a member of INHI. It is absolutely free. It is available, I mean, the membership is available for individuals, institutions, university teachers, students, everybody. So do become a member of INHI and encourage all your faculty members to become a member of INHI, so they have a lot of information about internationalization if they become a member of INHI. Next. These are the 5 zonal conferences. Most of our conferences are held in blended mode. So as already, I mean, the VCs who are in the concerned zone normally attend the meeting in a physical mode, but then the other meetings can be attended in a blended mode, or if some VC requests for attending a particular meeting, that can also be undertaken. So these are the 5 meetings and the themes on which the meetings will be held, and the dates and the place where we'll be holding the meeting. The annual meet will be held in MET University, Uttar Pradesh. The topic is, as you know, envisioning future higher education, the pivotal role of India, which will be held in March or April 2025. So that will be our 100th national meet, where we will be showcasing a lot about what all AIU is doing. This I have already told. Next. New initiatives. I told you about establishment of Indian Network for Internationalization of Higher Education. We have also signed MOUs with many international organizations, like our parallel bodies, parallel associations like Universities Canada, Universities Australia, Taiwan University Association, or Sudan University Association. So many university association, even UKI Universities, UK International. So many university associations. We have signed an MOU. And through those associations, we help our association, means our members, to forge partnerships. We took the international delegation the last year, because this is a report for the last year. We took a delegation to Spain and Taiwan. Many vice chancellors went with us, and that has resulted in many partnerships, which emerged out of this visit. And one new delegation is proposed in USA in 2025, in the month of April. We'll be sending the letters to you if you want to participate. EdIFI Online is a concept in which we are trying to help you for getting foreign teachers for teaching in your university at a nominal cost. Nominal cost means we are arranging the teachers in an online mode, and even the online mode teachers are sometimes very costly. So what we are doing is that we are forming a cluster of universities, say 5 clusters which are having a similar program. So those clusters can hire a teacher. So the cost for each university becomes about 20% of the actual cost. So EdIFI Online, again, it is a very good program. So if you want to have international faculty on your campuses, do subscribe to EdIFI Online. And then we also held higher education summit so far in Vietnam and Nepal. in which the universities were invited to showcase their programs, facilities, by putting up a stall in these higher education summits. We call it Namaste Vietnam and Bharat Nepal Higher Education Summit. And the next one will be in January in Sri Lanka. So any of the universities who want to participate, please do join for that Sri Lanka, because we are getting students from mostly these organizations, Vietnam, Nepal. Nepal is 25% of the foreign students in India are from Nepal. And so we are arranging right now in those countries from where we are getting the students. These are the MOUs I was talking about. These are the university associations with whom we have signed the MOUs. Recent, some are very recent, Spanish and Vietnam are very recent, rest were done earlier. These are the new initiatives in terms of like other initiatives like digitizing and internationalizing innovation. This has been internationalized. Now international students are also participating in innovation. We have also set up around 42 AIU academic and administrative development centers in many universities, where we are training the faculty to use technology for teaching, learning, research, and governance. So this is again very important. This is doing the capacity building of the teachers, which was being talked about in the conference throughout, that the capacity building of the teachers is very, very important if we really want to use AI and technology for higher education. AIU handbook has been published. History can be concluded. Yes, in 2 minutes I conclude. History of AIU has been written and we will be issuing it very, very shortly. We'll be releasing it in the main program. AIU handbook has been published, centenary logo has been released, AIU library has been digitized, e-library is now there. AIU building has been renovated and now you have space for very good guest house and conference facilities. If you want to have some meetings, for example, FC meetings or any meetings in Delhi, we have very good conference facilities and we have very good guest house, and we are also starting AIU centenary lecture series. These are some of the publications which are also, some of them are there on display outside, and these are some of the recent publications of AIU. That's all. Thank you very much. Thanks for the patience.
So thank you very much for this presentation. And I think now this is the time of the honorable members. We will note down all the suggestions and try to improve upon and try to do some new things. So can you give mics to the honorable members if they have got some suggestions for the business session? And Kuldeep and Rajana madam, if you can note down so that we can. So one important thing which I wanted to see about the expansion. So what are the views for the expanding AIU as other people of industries and other things as they associate or other kind of members without any voting rights, but doing an expansion so that the industry also comes with the university on that place, or the colleges which are autonomous in nature also comes under the ambit without doing any kind of primary membership, but associate or industry membership. That's one of my suggestions to expand and get some purpose of it. So if your suggestions are there or any other suggestions.
Sir, there are two things, Mr. President. One is you have said the corpus fund, and second is the expansion. I think corpus fund is very important. I would like to introduce not only as a Vice Chancellor of the Horticultural University in Uttarakhand, but I am also presently the president of Indian Agricultural Universities Association for the country. Corpus fund is really important for any association, but important is how to make it. What should the mechanism and how to manage it. These two things are, if you have already the things in place, then it's all right. But the universities can definitely contribute. We can take a decision maybe sometime in the general body or whatever, then the executive, and then can come in the general body. That the university contribution and the members, how they can, and then associate members. You have said the expansion of the industry and others. You have already said as associate members. I think membership should be, as you have said, the right of voting is to the universities is already there. But as associate members, definitely, I think this is my personal view. We can expand. We can take the industries, and the fee can be taken from them. Maybe as a whole time, one time become associate member, or maybe annual basis. There can be two basis for this. So these are the 2 points in the beginning I want to just mention. And I don't know what's it's a 50,000 annual subscription fee for the universities. How much it is? I think I propose, I did it in this our own agriculture association was we doubled it. So if it may not be this platform, but this can be initiated. We can increase that. It's a time where membership fee can be. This will also contribute towards the corporation of the things. Thank you.
Any other honorable member, if anybody wants to say something regarding this or regarding some of the things which we should change in the associations? Please, because it's a potentials.
As far as the corpus fund is concerned, in my view, I think if we can have an increment every year, so that will not cause a burden on the universities also, but it will increase the corpus fund of the AIU. And that increment can be decided by AIU authorities. It may be 10%, 20%, like that. So this can be one of the ways.
You suggest implementing model of.
Yeah.
You'll noted it down.
And second thing that now the internship and practical training has become very important for, I think, not only for the engineering student, it has become important for each and every faculty, whether he is from science or any other stream. So AICT is taking many initiatives in this direction. They have made many collaboration with such industries like Intersala, etc. So they are providing a good platform for this internship and training. So any such initiative can also be taken by AIU, and the universities can be facilitated. Not all exactly we have to copy the AICT, but we can think over this. So these are the two suggestions from my side.
And what about making industry as an associate?
Yeah, that is also important. If we will make the industry as member, then definitely this point will automatically address the internship and training part also be addressed with that.
Thank you very much, Professor Kaushik. Any other honorable member wants to say something? Our honorable Vice Chancellor of this university.
Yesterday we had discussion about VR, AR, intelligent AI, right? But what I feel is because the system in our country is different, whatever the models which are being developed abroad may not be fit for our, the students. For example, about 25 years ago in America, people were using the laser for cutting the steels and other things for fabrication. And this technology has come to our country very late. If we talk about industry also, if we talk about environment also, or agriculture, it's totally different. I remember I have been involved in food processing or food technology for the last 36 years. What we have been teaching it was not required. For example, the wheat in University of in the Manitoba, wheat is totally different what we are growing. We have two crops in a year, they have only one crop. So whatever we apps or the models, it should be our models. Teaching system should be our. And for example,
What is your suggestion?
my suggestion is that we should develop our own system, our own models, our own apps, right? Which should be used for. We should not copy the system which is being developed by the other country.
Thank you very much. The patron and the senior most vice chancellor in West Northern representation. Please, sir.
I just want to talk about the industry. I think it is a very, very welcome step because if I look at, how the industries are driven in the country, in fact, the university should drive the countries. That's, we should say that how they have to really work. And I remember I visited a country where even the passing the syllabi for the university was not possible unless until it's approved by the industry. So that means every course was a professional course. So even if for example, in the board of studies, we are now saying the industry should also be participating. So there should be participation of the industry, but we should be just careful about it in the beginning because we can have the two kind of industry. One, there could be, for example, active tech companies are there, and where they will be getting the business, and rather it should be the where our universities are benefited. For example, if I look at countries, for example, industries like pharmaceutical, biotech, other even electrical, where our scientists can contribute to their development, right? So there will be two kind of things where they will be getting the business from us, and there will be other where we can contribute to their research and development. So that should be looked at.
So what Professor Tankeswar sir has said, which is likely that we should look and screen for the industry where they need our human resources as a supply chain model. And we should actually make them in the kind of thing where we can have win-win situation in the term of internships and other things. And we should be cautious with the product-based members who are only there for profiting from the universities. So we have to be little cautious. I think this is a very, very interesting idea. And there are a lot of new technologies. What Professor Nirpanda Singh has also taught, and as an AIU president, I'm actually thinking about doing some small courses like artificial intelligence for all or quantum computing for all and governance and leadership for all. These are all small courses of 30 hours, sustainability, how the university can grow the sustainability kind of a thing. And we are also thinking to have beyond this routine and mundane conferences, some good conferences in where we can have like all of you know, the government of India has given 4 IITs a mission to do translational research. So IIT Kanpur has got a mandate to do translational research in sustainability. So we are hosting with them a joint conference on 2nd and 3rd February where we will invite everybody. But that conference is not a conference of discussion. So what we are trying to do, only 2 plenary lectures will be there. And then there will be products from all over the startups. So we are also thinking from the next, actually this conference where our startups people can also come and tell the vice chancellors what is happening in all over the country. And then IIT Kanpur has told us that whatever 10, 15 best startup will be there, they will incubate in their own company and give them 40 lakhs or 30 lakhs for incubation. So I think it's a high time for all of us also to escape away from this discussions with tea, coffee and bags to a real product which should come from the conferences. So we are really thinking to collaborate with big industries to launch some good courses for all of us and to do these kind of conferences where we talk about products, translation research, and the best practices which happens in the university so that all of us can share. So it's a good idea. Thanks, Professor Tankesha, for giving this good idea. So this is high in the agenda. And that's why we want at this juncture in the 100th year, the university association should actually get the industry by thing. Because all of us know that we talk about industry academia, but from both sides, it is ceremonial. From industry side also and from academia. In this country, it's ceremonial because in no of the universities, we have got any company or the industry which is run, and in no of the industry, serious academics are run. So it's a ceremonial, but we talk about, I think it's the high time and we should change in this sense. So it's a good idea, sir. Thank you. Any other members?
Sir.
Yes, please, sir.
I'm here.
Okay.
Shall I?
Okay, please.
Yeah, the mic.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
Dr. Anil from IMS Senior University. Vice
Thank you,
Chancellor.
sir. Yes, please,
Sir. So the very purpose, I mean, the associate membership of corporates or CSR, in corporates is a good move, as you rightly just
So you
mentioned.
welcome it, na? First.
I do welcome,
Because
definitely,
in
but
this country, we don't know whether person welcomes or don't welcome.
no, absolutely,
Okay.
that's a welcome
So
sign. And
that's-
second is, I wanted to add some other stakeholders like NGOs also,
Okay,
if not
that's a good
only
idea.
corporates. Because the very purpose of the university is also
At
to
least they
do
are
the
good for
good.
social internships.
Absolutely,
Very
social good.
That's a good idea.
But the very primary preface I wanted to talk about was also understanding the objective of the AIU. We need to really change the objective and the mission. That's another point I want.
So all of us are requested, if you want to change the objectives, we are also ready to change and everybody should be ready to change. So all of you should give an idea so that we can have a brainstorming session
Exactly.
at a higher level. Because before changing anything which is 100 years old, they will say the president has gone cry and by the way, Donald Trump has won, so we have got the news, so that's a good news. So actually, it needs a change. It's a great idea that it's a AIU needs a lot of changes. That's what I actually want to say as the 100th president. It needs a lot of changes, but change should be done with the consensus, and change should be with the ideas.
Yeah,
So
because
you are welcome to
corporate-
give us ideas. Please do write us,
Sure,
and
sir.
all of you should write. Sir,
Thank you, sir.
Yes, you want to say anything? Yes.
I'm Vice Chancellor of Health University.
We know.
What I wanted to say that when you are talking about technological integration, higher education, I see I'm in Punjab. So our ministers of technical education and higher education are different and medical education are different. We are not exactly regulated by AICT or UGC. Our regulating bodies are not one. It is National Medical Commission, Indian Nursing Council, Allied Council, Dental Council. It is so much fragmented. And when we talk about under the umbrella of AIU, sometimes it is very difficult to understand that what exactly health universities or health courses are gaining. Your all approach is basically concentrating on all other sectors. I'm very sorry to for my observation, health is a bit neglected. And if you have to concentrate on that, you have to put it different. There is a great wide between the health and the rest of the education. So I propose it in the at Hyderabad also, and then it was decided that I will be conducting one health summit also. So I had been given, but the theme is very carefully to be crafted for that. And see, I'll tell you, whenever we sit with chief minister or maybe minister, I am going there representing 170 institutions. And our minister is the medical education minister. Medical education secretary is not there. Technical education, higher education are there. And they say that they don't have fund for us. And those who are having fund, they don't have knowledge. What are the problems? And I told it is all fragmented. There is University Grant Commission, but no Medical Grant Commission. So there are so many problems we are facing in the health sector. I realized that when I was in Delhi for 40 years, I was in Ramanoor Lohiya Hospital and all IP University. These things
need special concentration, special effort. Even industry, linking with the industry is very important for our sector. Because at university level, I made the tie-up with the lens card and other, even
What
with
is your
army.
exact suggestion, sir?
This has to be discussed. It cannot be given in one or two lines here, sitting here, but it needs a deep, deliberate, and a conscious discussion. And after that, we have to get some recommendation for government also. That so much, this is a great divide between rest of the education. We are not. If you go to National Medical, I'm governing body in National Medical Commission also. So they don't listen to what we discuss here. They say, okay, we will see. All the members.
So the important thing which actually you pointed out, and this is what is very, very important for AI also. This happens in the family also. The person who is earning more or earning more has been given more sweets and more apples and all those things. I think this is a thing, and one professor, our good friend from agriculture, also told me last thing. Son is sitting here. I went to his college, and he also poses the same point. And actually, the AIU should introspect in things that if technical university, health universities, agriculture universities, and the other specialized universities are members, we should brainstorm with them individually. Fortunately, one of my friends also is the vice chancellor here in Uttarakhand. He also came just now. He is a health university from Professor MLB Bhatt. He was earlier in KGMU. So I know there are a lot of problems with the health education and due to the different regulatory bodies. I also worked 6 years for the technical university. So I really know how much difficult it is. But I think we have given you the suggestions, and I also requested sir also, because we are a facilitator body. But beyond these ministers and all those things, we cannot do more things. But still, as an academician, we should pursue what are the problems and what are the solutions. So, sir, you have been given whatever the topic you want, you choose it. Choose good speakers from your side. Actually, we are also tuning to the AIUs that whoever is the host university, they should also suggest the members, or the people in that region should also tell us which kind of listeners they want or the speakers they want. So we are with you. I have got a lot of an idea individually about the health university. We are doing a lot of research on AI and health also. So I can talk to you personally. But definitely your point was very, very valid. And I personally also feel that those kind of things and special status or special thing should be given for these universities. Thank you very much. And we are running short of time. Yeah, I can take one or two more suggestions if anybody wants. Please. Last but one, and then if anybody from this. If anybody has got suggestion, Kuldeep, can you just send a piece of paper to everybody?
I am faculty.
So if we can get it also in the written note. Ranjana ji, एक paper दीजिए सबको please, sir.
So I am faculty of pharmacology from Medical College,
Okay.
James. So basically, I'm a doctor. So right now, I see most of the people are from agriculture background and technical background, but doctors are also here. And if you could guide us regarding the AI, how we can integrate our teaching, because we've been taking slides. The vernacular system is going on since ages, and students are bound to purchase apps, which charges them exorbitant.
That I know, but then you have to invite me separately for a lecture where I can tell you how to make the labs with your data of AI.
Right.
So these are simple things.
Helpful.
There are open AI platforms where we can integrate. I will request Mr. Gonzalez to again host me for a day. I will come with my team and tell you how to make open AI apps without any cost.
That will be great.
The best part in the medical in this country is that we have got data. And the worst part is that our doctors are not technological savvy. They are purchasing apps from the country which don't have any data. We see thousands of patients daily. The people who are making apps see 1,000 patients, even not 1,000 patients in a year. They are making apps and we are not. And this is due to the ignorance of doctors. The doctors don't work on technologies. Right? Sorry to say, please.
Agree to this point.
Yes. Last, Otherwise, we'll wind up the session. I think the papers are there, so we will wind up and then we will have a validity session. We invite. No break. Can you please? Yes.
We want to place banner.
How you place by the way? We have to anyway. Anyway, we have to come down one day. So coming down is a natural process. Up is a hard process. It's not natural. Thank you very much for the business session.
I request all of you to please come to this side. Please come to this side, all of you, please. Please करो बैनर फटाफट बैनर लगाने
Thank you very much for the business discussion session that we just held. I would request the honorable guests, faculties, vice chancellors, everyone to please assemble in the middle row so that we can take a group picture. Whoever is on the, I think the right column is empty. From the left hand side, I request you all to please shift to the middle column.
I request. I request all of you to please, there is one newspaper lying on your tables. Please hold it in your hand and please stand up for a minute so that we can have a one photograph. In the meantime, we are placing up a banner on the back.
I request the faculty sitting on the left column, please get up and take your seats at the center column of this particular LT. And as ma'am has said, you will find one copy of Garhwal Post lying on your tables. I would request you to please hold it up. People in the back. of this particular banner actually expresses the gratitude that we have towards this particular event. Thank you all for joining us. I would now request Honorable MP Singh sir, Registrar Graphic at deemed to be University, to take over the stage for the valedictory ceremony for this event. Thank you.
वो मतलब दे दो तभी तो ले रहा हूँ वही करता है ये वाले इवेंट कौन से हैं अरे वो ज्यादा पहुंच गया ना हाँ ये हो गया लेफ्ट में मेल के नीचे लेफ्ट में मेल
Thank you so very much, the team operations. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. इसे देख करके मुझे अंदलीप शाहरी साहब का एक बड़ा खूबसूरत शेर याद आ गया सर। मुझे मालूम है कि आपको जल्दी है कि किसी पत्थर की भी तकदीर संवर सकती है, शर्त यह है कि सलीके से तराशा जाए। Finally, we are in a good shape that yes, we can be prepared. Thank you so much, sir, for your patience and guidance. And from the bottom of my heart, I apologize for the inconvenience caused. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. जो 2 दिन पहले हमने शुरू किया था, 1 दिन पहले, आज उसका एक कल्मिनेशन हमारे सामने है। 100 years of journey of Association of Indian Universities. बैठ जाओ। मैं अकेला ही चला था जानिबे मंजिल, मगर लोग मिलते ही गए और कारवां बनता गया। सरजमीने हिंद पे अक़वाम आलम के फिराक। पाठक साहब, सर आपके लिए काफिले बसते गए, हिंदुस्तान बनता गया। That is what AIU today is. And I believe that it's the largest institution in this world. I extend a very warm welcome to
Professor Shukla, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Chhatrapati Shahuji Maharaj Vishwavidyalaya Kanpur, and Honorable President of Association of Indian Universities, Madam Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General Association of Indian Universities, our own beloved Honorable Vice Chancellor of Graphic Era deemed to be University, Professor Narpinder Singh Ji, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a privilege once again for me to stand here to welcome you all to this valedictory session of North Zone Vice Chancellor's Meet held at Graphic Era deemed to be University, GEIMS campus. 2 days of deliberations, 2 days of very, very keen interest shown by the Honorable Vice Chancellors, the academic leaders, and the visionary people across the country and from abroad, those who joined online, offline, both, about shaping the future of Indian higher education using the modern technologies of today's world. I'm told, I'm warned that Pathak sir has to leave. He has his flight. So I would like to invite him first for his words of wisdom and address, giving us some deep insights from this 2-day conference. Sir.
Thank you, Registrar Sir, and he has got a wonderful voice. May God Saraswati bless her with this kind of a voice. Honorable Vice Chancellor of this university, Professor Singh, our colleague, Professor Pankaj Mittal, honorable colleagues and honorable members of the association members of the Northern Zone, faculty members, and wonderful people from the Graphic Era. First of all, I want to thank the team Graphic Era for organizing wonderful kind of the event. I know without a great team, you cannot have great events, and the great teams are not too much photographed because they are always on the work, and they are also not on Twitter and Facebook because they don't have photographs. Sir has already told that now we are ready for good photographs. In fact, on a lighter note, I feel that India is #1 in getting photographs, video, reels, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. One thing I'm very sure that they are #1 in that. I don't know in what other things they are #1, but this way we are in Vishwaguru in getting these photographs and videos. I think the current situation, and I was reading just now that there is a Mica AI chatbot which solves, it was launched in Kerala. So it do solve all the problems of undergraduate people. I think the geopolitical situations in the whole world, Indians are better poised at this juncture. But the only thing is that whether we are ready for that kind of thing, which world opportunity we have. I fundamentally feel that we are better poised, we are better learned, we are doing good, but we are not doing excellent because we lack in two things. Once we do events, but we forget what are the goals. If we have goals, then we don't have any algorithm to just see how the goal will be realized. And if we have got the algorithm, we are not so fast to get the end product. I feel it's the point for all of us to ponder around that with the biggest demographic dividend in the world, with the best brain, I always say, because most of the multinational companies and the Silicon Valley is headed by Indians. With all the good things in the country, still most of the unicorns from India are not incubated in India, but are incubated in US. Most of us from the universities are not having big products in our name. Most of our students are not globally employable in the nature we are producing people. So as this is a very, very close session, and as this universities association is going on the 100th year, we should have an ability, as Lord Buddha says, कि भाई पहले तो ये पता होना चाहिए कि दुख है, फिर दुख निवारण की बात करनी चाहिए। अगर हमें ये बोध ही नहीं कि हमारा दुख क्या है, तो फिर हम दुख बनाने की या दुख निवारने के एल्गोरिथम, most of the universities, if you go to any events, they are doing well and they are number one. But still we are not number one in the Ivy League universities. Still we are not number one in the any world rankings. There are questions. With such a big population, we are not able to replicate good universities as such. So if we have got a graphic era at Dehradun, and if we have got a graphic era at Hill, so those are not same. If we have got an IIT at Kanpur and IIT at Mandi, they are actually not the same. So these are the fundamental things which we have to ponder about. I think these associations which we are also needs to be changed a lot. Our agenda should be also changed. And one of my young friends also told that we need a lot of workshops and all those things. So I will request AIU team to talk to everybody. We have called 3-4 officers, and we also need our software to be updated in the present scenario. I think it's a hard time for all of us to put us in the world competition, because the world competition always we say as we think and what we think. I think thousands and lack of researchers or lack of people are working around the globe and they are getting patents. I always feel that Association of Indian Universities is a very good organization, but it also needs to be relooked, and what purpose we are going to serve should be clearly indicated, and we should also work on our goals. I think in last 4 months, as a president, I deliberated on most of the problems, and I'm thinking that we are nearing to some of the solutions. But those solutions cannot be actually accompanied or acclaimed without your help and support. First thing which I always feel that all of our members, so the era of regulators from the country is over, whether it is a UGC or AICT or any kind of a council, because market forces are prevailing and we are entering into a new era. So there are needs of facilitators, and AIU is better poised as a facilitator. Although we had also a lot of legacy of doing work like a regulator, and our mindset was and as is also as a regulator. But I think as every university is also changing, every organization is also changing, so do the AIU has to change. I think with that kind of a commitment, I have taken the presidency as of the AIU, and I'm sincerely working, trying hard. I don't know what I will be able to reach, but with your efforts and with your ideas, we will be able to place AI. I think this is the time when all of us should think together and talk on the platforms that what changes are needed in the university. Government university needs to be changed, private universities also needs to be changed, and we should be commonly coming up with the common platform for the country and the world. I thank Graphic Era. I know Graphic Era for a long time because when I started my journey in 2009 as a Vice Chancellor, I know Mr. Hansala for a long time. A lot of private universities in this Uttarakhand has been a signature from mine. I don't know why God will say what when I will go to the God's house, whether I have done right or wrong. I don't know, but the signature I have put. I think we are growing. But whether we are going in a right direction or things, this all depends on us. I think this deliberation, and we tried in the first Northern Zone conference to just see that what new people are doing. So we called also the new speakers who are doing work. And I think in the other conferences, we will also get some new speakers for all of us. I think we will change, and we are going in slightly right directions. But still your feedbacks are required. I'm always available 24/7, across 365 for taking new things and working as a person, not as a president, because although president in this country is very, very ceremonial, So he doesn't have any executive powers. But I don't want to act like that president. So I want to work like a worker for this association. So thank you very much for believing and trust in me. This is my first conference, Northern Zone Conference as a president. And thanks to Graphic Era for inviting me, although I'm not new to this system, but it was a wonderful experience with all of you. But still, I feel that we have to think more, work more, and achieve more. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, sir. And I'll take up from the last anecdote that think more, know more, learn more, and work more. हम तो दरिया हैं, हमें अपना हुनर मालूम है, जिस तरफ भी चल पड़ेंगे रास्ता हो जाएगा. This is what Indian philosophy should be when it comes to the propelling of education system, when it comes to redefining the education system of the country, meeting the global challenges and requirements of the world. May I now invite Professor Dr. Narendra Singh. Sir, thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, after an applause for कल मुझसे किसी ने बाहर पूछा था कि आप बोल लेते हैं, आप ठीक ठाक बोल लेते हैं, आप कभी कभी अच्छा भी बोलते हैं. तो मैंने कहा था कि देखिए, आप लोगों के लिए एक महामहिम थे, मेरे 2 थे. आज दबाव कम है, इसलिए हो सकता है कि शायद कल से ज्यादा अच्छा बोलूं, और थोड़ा दबाव और कम करके हो गया है क्योंकि माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय अब यहाँ से प्रस्थान कर चुके हैं. मैं I'll take the liberty to invite Professor Dr. Narendra Singh, Honorable Vice Chancellor, for his address.
Honorable President, Association of Indian University, Professor Vinay Kumar Balaji, he has just left. Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General, Association of Indian Universities, my dear friends, Vice Chancellor from different universities, faculty members, students, a very good afternoon to all of you. The best thing I was just telling to the President that AIU has done is that AIU has revived our relationships. I know Dr. Kaushal was assistant professor and I was also doing at the time master degree. At the time, Dr. Bhardwaj, Dr. Pankeshwar, many all vice chancellors. We know each other, but we were not connected with each other. And this is what AIU has done, that it is going to have a great collaboration, leading to a great collaboration, right? Many times, you know the people, but everything has changed, phase and everything, you know. And the best collaboration, this is the best platform for collaboration and contributing to higher education. It is great honor to address all of you today as we conclude this enlightening North Zone Vice Chancellor meet. As I said, this has been a great opportunity, a remarkable opportunity for us to come together, share insights and set our course for the future of higher education in India. During the last 2 days, we have been engaged in rich discussions on a range of transformative topics, each holding immense potential to elevate our education institutions to new height. Yesterday, we have listened to our honorable governor, our president, Professor Kamal Kanshalaji, and he has already been very supportive for all type of activities. And he's always keen to have the best. You have seen the infrastructure. Which, please go out if you want to speak, please. The best quality infrastructure we want to have, the best equipment we want to have. We want to provide the best quality education, you can say, to our students. We were talking about the blended learning models, explored the potential of combining the traditional teaching methods with the online resources, right? Great challenge how to do that, because most of our faculty members are using the traditional methods, right? Even in some countries, because in some, the university, I have worked for almost 36 years in government universities. We have board of control, board of studies. Sometimes it's a great challenge for the vice chancellor to ask them to change the course curriculum. Like yesterday, Dr. Atul was mentioning that they are having board of studies every 3 months, right? Right? It is also a great challenge for some of the universities. And when we try to combine the traditional teaching methods with online resources to create a more flexible, accessible, and personalized learning experience, naturally we need to have very high throughput technology as well as very experienced teachers. The dialogue around this topic has been instrumental in helping us reimagine how we can use blended learning to improve students' engagement, right? We had a lot of discussion yesterday for that. As yesterday, it was also the outcome. It's very important. After completing a course, we need to understand whether whatever has been taught is worth, or whether the student has gained anything new, and whether it is going to be used in future. It is very important to understand that, to learn about the outcomes. As we implement these models, our goals are to create an inclusive environment where every student can thrive, no matter their circumstances or learning preferences. Then we had another session where the interface with the officers from apex bodies was discussed. Is very valuable. The interaction with these key officials provided insights into current policies and regulations and resources available to us. So, what are the expectations from the institutions? It was also mentioned, and we are aware of that the regulatory bodies, how they are functioning. Some people don't like the functionings of the regulatory body, but we have, because we have to, because we know that the students, they see the ranking these days, but it is going to be a great challenge. Like yesterday it was mentioned that 25 more universities are coming in Uttarakhand alone, right? Then the third session was focused on integrating emerging technology like AI, VR and AR. The rapid advancement of this technology holds incredible promise for transforming the educational experiences. So it was a very wonderful insights was given by the speakers. And finally, our discussions was on cybersecurity today. Data privacy in higher education highlighted one of the most pressing issues of our time. So wonderful today. We had great discussions. As our reliance on digital system grows, so does the need to protect our institutions and students from cyber threats. This would be a great challenge, how we are going to protect our institutions as well as students from the cyber threats. The discussions underscored the importance of creating robust data protection strategies, educating our and security. So it's a great
experience great discussions held yesterday and today, which reflected our shared commitment to shaping the future of education through innovation, collaboration, and accountability. As we leave this gathering, let us carry forward the insights, partnerships, and vision we have gained here together. So we have the power, if we work together, if we do the collaboration, to make a lasting difference, not only in our own institutions, but across the nation. I was in the morning mentioning that I am working during the last 5 years on metabolomic analysis, but I don't have the LCMS queued off. I am doing the collaboration, I am giving my ideas, and the people are helping me using their machines. But we have the experts in our university, and maybe we may have not all the instruments when we can go for collaborations, and you can see what we can do together with publications, patents. We are very good in filing patents, granting patents, transfer of technologies. We can work together on the behalf of everyone gathered here, you know, I am talking about the AIU people and our faculty members, and on the behalf of our management, our president, Professor Kamal Kanchalaji, we are very thankful to all of you for coming to our campus, and any inconvenience caused, please, I am really sorry for that, right? I hope you must have enjoyed our hospitality, and let us move forward with confidence, knowing that together we can create an education landscape that is progressive, inclusive, and responsive to the needs of tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, sir. Now I'm directed by the organizing secretary of the event, Dr. Mrs. Rupa Khanna, that it is my moral duty to call her on stage. At least she should be visible once for a brief report on the conference, that is the Vice Chancellor's meet. Ma'am.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, MP sir. I think like whatever I wanted to say already Narpinder sir has covered. He has given you the brief report on whatever we have lived 1.5 day. Like we started this journey yesterday morning, and this is an afternoon, 1.5 day. We have lived through what sir has already told you. I will just give you glimpses of what we have gone through. So the North Zone Vice Chancellor Meet 2024-25 of the Association of Indian University was held at Graphic Academy University, Dehradun, Uttarakhand. In a blended format, you have seen we had various speakers in online mode also. The meet theme was technological integration in higher education. The program was attended by His Excellency Governor of Uttarakhand, Lieutenant General Gurmeet Singh Ji, and Honorable Minister of Education Shri Dhan Singh Rawat Ji, Professor Kamal Ghanshala Ji, President Graphic and Education Society, Professor Vinay Kumar Pathak Ji, President AIU, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General AIU, Dr. Narpinder Singh, Vice Chancellor Graphic and DTB University. We had 70 plus Vice Chancellors from various universities who have attended this meet through online and offline mode, and we had various officials from Government of India and apex bodies. The program started with a group photograph of the entire academic luminaries, which were followed by ceremonial lighting of lamp with Saraswati Vandana. Professor Narpinder Singh delivered the welcome address highlighting the achievements of Graphic Era deemed to be university and told about or informed the entire gathering regarding our NIRF ranking and other rankings. Professor Kamal Ghanshala Ji, he discussed about the future of education and how education is moving towards a la carte model, which he has described yesterday. Madam Pankaj Mittalji, she is from yesterday together explaining role of AIU. Madam has talked about how AIU is, working towards the holistic development of not only national students but also international students, because they have 18 universities which are member of AIU, and I congratulate Madam and AIU for this. And Professor Veena Pathakji highlighted the importance of immersive and disruptive technologies with the example of Nokia. Yesterday he gave us an example how Nokia was #1, and when the CEO of Nokia he left, he cried. I remember I've seen that press conference where he said, "I do not know where I went wrong." They went wrong because they were not able to understand the market. They were not very adaptive. Then Dhan Singh Rawatji, our Honorable Education Minister of Uttarakhand, welcomed everyone on behalf of Government of Uttarakhand and explained the initiatives which are being taken by government in higher education. He also suggested to have one another, state level association like AIU, because Association of Indian Universities is at the Indian level. He suggested because we have 36 plus universities now in state, so we can also have one of our association where there can be collaboration and where we can have a lot of brainstorming sessions, which we are been listening and which we are witnessing from yesterday. Then, after his the speech or his deliberations, His Excellency Governor Lieutenant General Gurmeet Singh Ji, he explained about the importance of collaboration in education and how with the university's collaboration, we can achieve the Vision 2047. If you go by Indian document, Government of India has released a document in education that is 2047, where the Government of India is talking about gross enrollment ratio that it should be more than 50%. Right now it's just 26%, and where we can have lot of universities which can be created, which can be made up to a level of global standards, so that we can stop this brain drain. So this all were discussed over here. After the inaugural session, there was a first technical session. The first technical session was on blended learning models, and Professor Durgesh Pant, Director General Uttarakhand State Council for Science and Technology, Dehradun, he was the chairperson of that session. The speaker of the sessions was Shri Sanjay Mishra Ji, Education Specialist, Technology Enabled Learning, Commonwealth of Learning, Canada. He joined from Canada with us. Professor Tankeshwar Kumar, Vice Chancellor, Central University of Haryana, Mahendragarh. Dr. Bashir Ahmed Ji, Director, CEMCA, New Delhi. Professor Om Prakash Negi Ji, Vice Chancellor, Uttarakhand Open University, Haldwani. I am reading out the recommendations which were being given up in this session. The first recommendation which we have received, because there are so many, approximately there are 12 recommendations which have come from their side, but I am highlighting the important recommendations which were being given from their side. The first recommendation is emphasize experiential learning by developing satellite laboratories which will require dedicated funding. Establish clusters of local universities where course modules and resources can be regularly updated with local relevant examples. Expand blended learning in programs like arts, humanities, and management while ensuring universities have the infrastructure to support it. For fields like engineering, science, medicine, and mathematics, traditional methods such as chalk and board teaching remain essential. So we should not go away with this. So these were the major, recommendations which were being provided in that session. After that, we had a session on interface with officers from Apex body. The session was chaired by Professor V.N. Rajashekharan Pillai, Vice President AIU, and V.C. Somaiya Vidya Vihar University, Vidya Vihar, Mumbai, and co-chaired by Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General AIU. The speakers of the session were Professor Ganeshan Kanibaran, Director NAC, Dr. N.H. Siddhilingan Swami, he is advisor AICTE, and Dr. Seema Jaggi, ADG ICAR. The major recommendations which we have received from this is because here Madam Jaggi has spoke about a lot about agriculture sector and how you can use this blended learning in agriculture sector, and she has also suggested that in various of these sessions, mostly the topic is on, or the entire focus is concentrated on engineering, the focus is on management, but there is no focus on agricultural sciences, there is no focus on aviation studies, there is no focus on humanities, commerce, and other related subjects. So all these courses, they should be bring up into the ambit of a discussion whenever we are talking about technology. And beside that, they have talked about, they have the recommendations which we received from their side. They are integrating technology in higher education is essential for student growth and skill development. More capacity building programs should be organized to strengthen higher technical education, with apex bodies playing a facilitating role. Despite AICTE efforts, many seats in engineering college remain unfulfilled. A critical study is needed to identify strategies for increasing enrollment in technical institutions, aligning with NEP 2020 goal, and we can achieve a goal of 50% GER. Again, I am saying the main concern, the Madam Seema Jaggi, who joined from ICR, her main concern was related to the agriculture. So I feel next time, because this we have seen during Corona, maximum export has taken place from agriculture sector. And we have seen that how right now India is on 4th number if we talk about net foreign exchange which is available with India, and agriculture has played a quite role into it. So I hope next time whenever we have this session, so agriculture should be given up an importance. After that, we have a technical session second, which was integrating emerging technologies like AI, virtual and augmented reality in a learning process. The technical session, it was chaired by Professor Dr. Narpinder Singh Ji, Vice Chancellor, Graphic and Deemed to be University, Dehradun. And the speaker were Professor Atul Khosla, VC, Vice Chancellor, Shuli University, Solan, Professor Samir Sahasrabudhi, Professor of Practice Design, IIT Gandhinagar, Shri Srijan Pal Singh, founder Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Center for Livable Planet Earth and Sustainable Development. So basically the recommendations which we have received from this session, they were augmented reality and virtual reality should be applied in management to stimulate stock market studies, enabling pattern prediction and trade analysis. Using artificial intelligence in education can enhance in the teaching learning process by providing real-time interactive experiences of key concepts. Schools and universities should regularly update curriculum to include emerging technologies like AI, VR, and AR. We should integrate AI in agriculture, or integration of AI in agriculture can offer effective solutions to current challenges in crop management and productivity improvement. And we have seen when they were talking about AI, he has spoken about physics wala and many other people who have changed, I would say, who have given up a paradigm shift in the education. They spoke about it in future. Basically, we does not need a big infrastructure or big institutions, but we need lot of AI, and there should be a lot of we know that there should be a lot of investment on technology, because future is for AI, future is for augmented technologies, future is for disruptive technologies. So all these sort of things were discussed. And one recommendation which has also come from their side, that was that now universities should not have boundaries. Universities should be boundaryless. So this was the one recommendation which has also come up. Then we had a third technical session today in the morning. That was on cyber security and data privacy in higher education institution. I feel this is a very important topic of today. And it was chaired by Professor Pratik Sharma, Vice Chancellor, Delhi Technological University. And the speakers were Shri Pavan Duggalji, Advocate, Supreme Court of India, Dr. Gaurav Gupta, Director and Scientist, R&D in Cybersecurity, Ministry of Electronics and IT, Government of India, Professor C. Patwardhan, Director, Dayal Bagh Education Institute, Agra, Shri Ashok Kumarji, IPS retired, Vice Chancellor, Sport, University of Haryana, Sonipat. The key recommendation from these sessions were that now there should be access to e-smart platform to all the private universities. Institutions should implement a comprehensive cyber policy, and a chief security officer should be appointed at the university level. He also said there is a fine of approximately 25 lakh rupees if we do not have a chief security officer. So I feel this is a very important point. Then multi-factor authentication should be introduced as a basic security measures. Proper encryption and decryption channels are needed to protect data at the university level, and a standard course on cybersecurity should be adopted by all universities nationwide. After this, we had a business session of AIU where Madam Pankaj Mittal has talked about the last year activities which AIU has conducted in various places. Like if I remember, she talked about India, Nepal, she talked about Vietnam, So what are the end? She talked about like how Khelo India has revolutionized, the sports sector in India, and how recently held games, we have earned lot many medals, and all the students who have got these medals, they are member of AIU. So if we will concentrate and we will foster, this culture into in our universities, so maybe we can come. We were, I feel, if I'm not wrong, because we didn't get a gold medal this time in Olympics, so we were very down in the line. If we would have got one gold medal, so maybe we would be on a number of 8th or 9th in the entire tally. So if we will foster this culture of sports, maybe we can do better. We can be listed in Olympics also, in sports also. And after that, there was a brain showering session where a lot of vice chancellors, they have given up, suggestions. There were a lot of recommendations. First recommendation, which I remember, that was that we should increase the annual, what subscription charges for AIU. It should be there. Then Tankeshwarji has talked about that whatever curriculum we are making up, we should involve industry into it, because every time we are talking about that our 80% of the student, they are not job ready. So when we talk about this, so we should not be saying this, we should involve industry into it, and we should, develop our curriculum. It should be done. So, and there were other, one IMS professor, he also, Vice Chancellor from IMS, he also talked about that there should be a lot of workshops, there should be certain meetings. So there was a lot of discussion, deliberations, and now they are putting up their presentation on website. So if you have any of further suggestions, you want to give anything coming to your mind, please post to them. So please understand, there are 1035 universities who are member of AIU. Whatever we have talked, whatever we have deliberated here, all these sort of things, it is going to come into black and white, and it would be circulated to all the universities. So whatever learning we have done here in past 1.5 day, it can be shared. And when we talk about integration or collaboration, this is what we are talking about. This is a collaboration. Maybe few 70 plus people talking here, deciding, setting up goals. So it can be shared so that other university can also be developed. So this was what they have discussed up over there. After that, we are into, right now, valedictory session. In valedictory session, our Vinay sir has talked about, basically he was talking about that change. Change is a permanent thing, and we should be ready. He talked about that we are into 100 year of this, but we are not changing. So if we want to change, there has to be, paradigm shift not in our thought process, but there has to be restructuring of everything, restructuring in our mind, so that if we want that India to be a developed nation, we have to think in a very different manner. And Narpendraji has also suggested one of the session that when we are talking about Ivy Leagues and all these sort of universities, but when we are talking about India, India is altogether a different country, so we should develop our own models. When we will have our own models, so obviously we can then become a Vishwaguru, otherwise we are just following. We are following other university, and when you are followers, then you can't set up a benchmarks. So this is what Vinay Patakji has talked about in his session. After that, it was a session by our Vice Chancellor, sir. Again, what I am talking about, sir has said the same thing. So thank you very much, everyone. I feel whatever we are talking about, whatever we have discussed today, today, it's going to change the entire landscape of education. And maybe whatever recommendations are being given up, it is going to change not the education, but the entire society. Thank you very much.
थैंक यू सो मच मैडम. एक बार जोरदार तालियों से मैडम का धन्यवाद कीजिए. भैया तुम नाराज हो गए कि अपनी आवाज बंद कर दी? लोगों ने मेरी आवाज की तारीफ की थी. Our Honorable Prime Minister of the country has been emphasizing on Nari Shakti, and hats off to you, madam, that given more than 10 days of rigorous hard work and sincere work, I thought that she must be exhausted and she'll be finishing it off within 2-3 minutes. But then it was a wonderful Gagar mein Sagar. बिल्कुल वही फीलिंग आ रही थी कि जैसे किसी बड़ी अच्छी शादी से आप लोग खाना खा के लौटते हैं और रास्ते में बात करते रहते हैं कि ये अच्छा था, ये उससे अच्छा था और ये सबसे अच्छा था. बिल्कुल सेम फीलिंग थी. Thank you so much, madam. Thank you so very much. This is my present duty now to invite Madam Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General, Association of Indian Universities, for brief blessings and words of wisdom. That's what I would say.
Thank you very much. You really have a gifted voice. So, the Vice Chancellor of Graphic Era University, Professor Napinda Singh Ji, the former President of AIU, Professor G.D. Sharma Ji, our esteemed Vice Chancellors who are present here from North Zone, the faculty members, students, our own AIU officers who are present here. A very good afternoon to all of you and welcome to the valedictory session. First of all, I would like to thank Graphic Era University, especially the president who himself took so much of interest in organizing this conference, the Vice Chancellor of the university, Professor Narvinder Singh, most importantly, nodal officer, Dr. Rupa. We have been troubling her for almost 10-15 years and 10-15 days, and she has been very patiently listening to each and every issue and taking care of it. And there have been glitches in between. Some of the glitches you don't come to know, but then we have to manage it and handle it at our own level, and which she very beautifully handled. And the entire team, I'm seeing the way it has been organized at a mega, it's almost a mega show. I mean, this type of a banner for valedictory session, placing it itself was a very big effort on the part of the university. So thanks to everybody in Graphic Era, in AIU, for organizing this particular function, this particular conference in a very meticulous manner. Thank you very much. When we talk of the conference and when we are at the end of the conference, we normally talk about the takeaways. Dr. Napinder Singh Ji has already talked about it. She has talked about it in detail, but I will very briefly talk about the takeaways from this conference because this is the first conference in the centenary year. We'll be having many more. And after all the 5 conferences are over and the main conference is over, we'll be sending a report of the VC conferences to all of you. Like Rupa ji was saying that although here right now there are only 20-25 VCs, 60 had registered, but some might have gone back. But the recommendations will go to all the 1035 universities. And if there are more by that time, I think we'll be reaching 1100 mark very soon. It will go to each and every university. So it is very important that what we talk in each session and what recommendations are there, because they also form the basis of many policy documents and policy decisions which are taken by the government of India. So the major takeaways, if I think, is like, for example, blended learning. We always used to say anytime, any place, anywhere learning, but 2 more paradigms were added. Like yesterday, the Honorable Governor was talking about 5. For everything, he was talking about 5 things. So 2 more were added, and those are any content and any device. That blended education is available. Like now, any content is available to anybody. That's why we are talking of flipped classroom model in the national education policy, that content is available, but how to analyze that content, how to understand that content, how to do the application part of that content, that is very important. So any content and any device were the 2 more paradigms added. Challenges, again, 5 challenges were listed. First and foremost is digital divide, because India is a large country and there are good universities, bad universities, remote area universities, rural universities, backward area universities. So there's a lot of digital divide. That is the first challenge. But teacher readiness is the bigger challenge. Because if teachers are not ready, even if you have the equipment, if you have everything, it will not going to serve any purpose. And that is why purposely AIU established AADCs to prepare the teachers for using the technology. Because unless the teachers are trained, that is the most important capacity building of the teachers. So teacher readiness is the second challenge. Infrastructure is the third challenge. Varied digital literacy for the students is a fourth challenge, because all the students are not at the same level. And that is why AI is coming up for personalized learning and implementation of blended learning. These were the 5 challenges which were stated. Again, Atul Khosla also, I think he heard the governor, so he told 5 stories with infinite ideas. And 5 things which he mentioned was that AI cannot be a paper or a course or a program. AI has to be everywhere in every subject, whether it is physics, chemistry, even social sciences. So AI has to be everywhere. So AI should form basis and part of every program, course, or discussion. And then he also said when we want to use AI, the today's world is that we cannot be doing linear thinking. We have to be very, very flexible. We have to bring research and entrepreneurship into learning. Without that, we cannot go forward, and then keep experimenting. That is something which each and every speaker emphasized on, that we should all keep on experimenting. We cannot be just reading theory and doing practical. We have to keep on experimenting and keep our eyes and ears open if we really want to have a lot of learning. And then one very important thing which I think every university should do is that allocate 10% of the budget to technology. It pays off. It really pays off. That 10% will pay off more than 100%. So allocate 10% of the budget to technology. Then there were speakers who talked about half age of knowledge, and you all know that. I mean, yesterday it was mentioned that in 2015 the half age was knowledge was 13 months, which has reduced to 5 months now. So therefore, it is very important that the curriculum changes, curriculum updations are much more frequent. I remember the universities who are teaching still 20 years old curriculum, and there are universities like Shulini, he was mentioning that every 3 months the curriculum is changed. So curriculum updation is very important, especially in this AI world. Because if we don't change the curriculum, the students will come out with obsolete degrees, and then we will cry hoarse about the unemployability of the students. So unemployability is basically because of outdated curriculum and also because of the way we teach it. If we tell them to bug up everything, it is not going to help them. So the way we teach it, the way flipped classroom model is thought about, that in the class the discussion happens, like we say कि हमारे देश में जब हम बच्चों को पढ़ाते हैं तो हम क्लास में पढ़ाते हैं, बच्चे घर पे जाके आत्मसात करते हैं। पर विदेशों में जब पढ़ाते हैं तो बच्चे घर से पढ़ के आते हैं, क्लास में आत्मसात करते हैं, क्योंकि उनको वीडियोस, लेक्चर्स, ऑडियो सब कुछ एडवांस में देते हैं। एंड क्लास में क्या होता है, ओनली डिस्कशन हैपन, रीजनिंग हैपेंस, प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग हैपन, एनालिसिस हैपन, ग्रुप डिस्कशन हैपेंस, सो द अंडरस्टैंडिंग इज बेटर. So we have to switch to that model which we refer to as flipped classroom model in the national education policy, that how to improve the understanding of the students. And then there was a discussion about what will be the future sectors. Everybody talked about semiconductors, quantum, but then there were many more areas which were thought about or talked about. There was space application, biogenetics, quantum computing, new fuels, because fuel is something which is going to be a big problem in your future. Brain machine fusion power. We all talk about fission and the problems which occur due to fission, but fusion power which is happening in the sun, how to use that fusion power, how to use Gen AI or human. I mean, it was said that human immortality means man never dies. So that is also being researched on. But when we talk of AI in education sector, I feel AI can be helping us in 5 ways. One is personalized learning, because today in a class of 100, we are teaching at average level. But using AI, we can teach at each student's level, because AI understands the level of every person. And the next lesson which goes to the person is not the same for every student. It is different for every student, because AI understands where those students stand. Then there is intelligent tutoring system. We have Watson from US, who is an intelligent tutor. He doesn't fatigue, he doesn't get bored. So any questions, anytime, 24 hours, you can ask from that. The intelligent tutoring system is now here. Now, the teachers will even have more time, especially in government universities. Teachers cry that we have to do a lot of administrative work, and that is why we are not able to concentrate on teaching and research. But now that administrative hassles will be taken care of by AI, and teachers will be having more time for, say, teaching and research. So more time for teachers, and then it works as a very big equalizer, because right now, if you talk of education for all, it's okay, but quality education for all is not possible, because a teacher, I mean, IIT graduates have access to a very good teacher, but the rural university students do not have access to a good teacher. But through AI, the same teacher or that quality of teacher can be made accessible to a rural area university, and all that too in a language which that student understands. Because even if the teaching is there in IIT in English, that lecture can be not exactly translated in the same voice at the same time. Sort of a hologram of the teacher can be teaching in a rural university in the language which the students understand. So therefore, this can act as a very good equalizer, both in terms of language, in terms of location of the institution, and also in terms of ability, in terms of disability. Suppose one is visually impaired or say hearing disability. So for all that AI solutions are there. And fifth is the lifelong learning, because now the learning doesn't end with the institution or the teacher. It is a lifelong learning and one has to be on their toes throughout their life. And then teachers have to bring AI to the classroom. They cannot shy away from AI. So a teacher, sometimes people say, no, will AI replace teachers? AI will not replace teachers, but AI will replace teachers who do not use AI or who do not know AI. So therefore, teachers have to bring AI to the classroom. They have to be, and I mean, ChatGPT is not, I mean, yesterday I was reading, there's a university in India, Haryana only, Sonipat, where a student has filed a case against the university, where the university is giving 0 marks because the assignments were submitted through ChatGPT. And he's saying, one, there is no rule that ChatGPT cannot be used. And second, how will you prove that it is from ChatGPT? So the case is pending in the Delhi High Court. And the summons have been issued to the university and the other people. So we should not shy away from ChatGPT. It is there, let them use it. But how to use it more intelligently, that is important. So how that can be done? For example, somebody was saying yesterday that they allow ChatGPT and they say use the prompt and put all the prompts on the screen. So everybody knows what prompts were used. So prompts will tell you how intelligent you are. Like there is something like there was a Nobel Prize winner and somebody asked him, what is the secret of getting the Nobel Prize? So he answered, in the school, whenever I used to come back from the school, my mother used to ask me, आज तुमने class में कितने सवाल पूछे? Because questioning is very important. Similarly, prompts are very important now. So questioning is important. And then cyber crime and all, we all know that $10 trillion, it was mentioned, we are losing to cyber crime. And the main reason is, so, I mean, there are many types of frauds, OTP, WhatsApp, so many frauds, but the main reason is fear, ignorance, and greed. So we have to come over all those things if we really want to escape fraud. And secondly, there is a suggestion, last point I would like to make, that there is a suggestion from many of the vice chancellors, especially for cyber security, cyber awareness, data privacy. AIU should be running regular webinars for the universities, where not only the vice chancellors, but people associated with, say, upkeep of the website, or maybe the ones who are dealing with the data, they should be attending that webinar to know what the university should be aware of. For example, he was saying that a university can be charged with an offense that you have released the data of the students. So data privacy is an issue. The websites are under threat because they can be hacked and so many things can happen through that. Even the AIMS website was hacked. So we are thinking that we will be holding webinars, or if required, small courses for the teachers and even the students to make them aware of the cyber crime and what all precautions should be taken by the universities to sort of protect themselves from all these threats. So I think it was a very good conference and we had very good recommendations in all the sessions. Speakers were excellent. The arrangements were par excellence. So thanks a lot to Graphic Era University and thanks a lot to all of you, because without you, the conference is never a success. So the vice chancellors who attend the conference make it a success, and your active participation in every session was again commendable. So thank you very much. Thanks a lot. And have a safe day.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I now request Dr. Alok Kumar Mishra, Joint Secretary, Association of Indian Universities, to propose the vote of thanks on behalf of Association of Indian Universities. Sir.
आज के इस समापन समारोह में उपस्थित सभी चैतन्य और विद्वत्तों को सबसे पहले मेरा नमस्कार। भारत की शिक्षा की व्यवस्था में सतत रूप से लगे हमारे सभी माननीय कुलपति महोदय, जो अपने व्यस्तम समय से उस व्यस्तता के बाद भी इतने समय निकाल करके इस ज्ञान यज्ञ में उपस्थित हुए। इस उत्तर जोन के वाइस चांसलर्स, AIU वाइस चांसलर मीट में उपस्थित होने के लिए मैं आप सबका हृदय से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। नमस्कार। आपकी उपस्थिति मात्र से ये ग्राफिक एरा का यह हॉल ही ज्ञान की तमाम चर्चाओं से सिर्फ ऊर्जान्वित नहीं हुआ है, बल्कि बहुत कुछ ऐसा निश्चित हुआ है जो कि एक दून डिक्लेरेशन के रूप में भी आगे जा सकता है। इस बात का सुझाव भी दिया गया, पर मुझे लगता है कि वो एक कहीं राष्ट्र की एक अगली जो शिक्षा व्यवस्था होगी उसमें कैसे टेक्नोलॉजी का इंटीग्रेशन हो, उसमें जो चर्चा है वो एक अहम रोल अदा करेगा। और आपने जो चर्चा किया उसके लिए भी आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। ये आज ग्राफिक राज विश्वविद्यालय में आकर के सिर्फ हम दिल्ली से आए हैं, तो वहां से आने पे हमें हमारी वायु की गुणवत्ता का, हमारी सांस लेने की गुणवत्ता की भी ग्राफ का जो है यहाँ पर जो है उन्नयन हुआ है, विकास हुआ है। इसके लिए इसने खूबसूरत की वादियों में, हिमालय की रेंज में आपने हिमालय जैसे हृदय के रूप में जो है यहाँ के माननीय कुलपति महोदय प्रोफेसर नरबिंदु सिंह जी और आदरणीय चांसलर महोदय प्रोफेसर कमल घनसाला साहब ने जिस खिले हुए कमल की तरह एकदम हृदय पूर्वक स्वागत किया है, उसके लिए मैं बहुत बहुत आभारी हूं, बहुत बहुत विनम्र हूं आप सबके लिए, पूरे इस परिवार के लिए। ग्राफिक कला के लोगों ने अपने उस हृदय के ग्राफ को बढ़ाते हुए सब रूपों में यहाँ की जो वेलकम टीम है, यहाँ की जो ट्रांसपोर्ट टीम है, और प्रोफेसर रूप खन्ना जी के जिस नेतृत्व में ये इसने एक नया रूप लिया है, इस पूरे कॉन्फ्रेंस को रूप दिया है, तो आपने एक नए रूप में इस कॉन्फ्रेंस को बहुत सुगठित ढंग से आपने एक इस संचालन किया। इसमें जो है आपकी पूरी टीम और इसमें जुड़े सारे लोग और जो यहाँ की फूडिंग व्यवस्था में लगे लोग हैं, उन सभी को मैं हृदय से आभार करता हूँ। और मैं चाहता हूँ कि ये परंपरा और आगे भी रहे और हम आगे और भी कार्यक्रमों के साथ आपसे जुड़े रहें। इस कार्यक्रम का संचालन कर रहे प्रोफेसर MP सिंह जी ने तो बहुत हृदय को छुआ है। आपको बहुत बहुत नमस्कार, बहुत बहुत आभार। क्योंकि सब कुछ यहाँ पे जो कुछ रहा और इस कार्यक्रम के बीच में अभी मैं जस्ट बैठा था, तभी माननीय गवर्नर साहब हिमाचल का फोन था, बट उठने से पहले तक उनका कार्यक्रम 2:30 बजे तक था, हुआ कि 2:31 हो गया है, तो मैंने कहा आप 2:30 बजे हो गया, 31 हो गया है, मेरे धन्यवाद करने से पहले आप मोबाइल पर ही जो है ना वो धन्यवाद कर दें, क्योंकि उनका कार्यक्रम कुछ ऐसा था कि उनका वहां पर सरकारी कार्यक्रम हो गया जिस कारण से वो नहीं पाए, बट उन्होंने अपना संदेश जो है वो बाद में भेजा है और अभी बोला कि बोला कि ये उचित नहीं होगा कि मैं मोबाइल से सभी वो हैं, तो बट उन्होंने सभी को विशेष तौर पर अभी 2 मिनट पहले उन्होंने बोला कि सभी को हमारी तरफ से धन्यवाद दीजिएगा और हमें खेद है कि हम व्यक्तिगत उपस्थित नहीं हो पा रहे, बट आने वाले कार्यक्रम में हम जल्दी जो है आपसे रूबरू होंगे और मिलेंगे। और इसमें इस पूरे कार्यक्रम में आदरणीय जो गवर्नर हैं यहाँ के गुरमीत सिंह जी ने, उन्होंने आकर कार्यक्रम उद्घाटन किया, उसके लिए भी उनका बहुत बहुत आभार, बहुत धन्यवाद राजभवन का इसको सम्मानित करने के लिए। डॉक्टर धन सिंह रावत साहब जो मिनिस्टर रहे, उनका भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, उन्होंने समय निकाल करके और अपने कार्यक्रम को चेंज करके हमारे बीच उपस्थित रहे, उनके लिए भी हम हृदय से आभारी हैं। साथ साथ हमारे जो यहाँ के जो विश्वविद्यालय के तमाम सारे शिक्षक और स्टूडेंट्स, तमाम वॉलंटियर्स जो यहाँ रहे, इन वॉलंटियर्स के जोरदार तालियां जिन्होंने पूरी तरह से सबके साथ में बहुत सहयोग किया, बहुत बहुत आभार सारे वॉलंटियर्स को। और साथ ही साथ हमारे बीच AIU से हमारे साथी यहाँ पर उपस्थित है और बहुत सारे लोग पीछे इस कार्यक्रम पीछे काम वहाँ कर रहे हैं जो है, उनमें से हमारे बीच यहाँ पर कुलदीप सिंह डागर जी हैं, हमारे साथ जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी हैं। आपका बहुत धन्यवाद। साथ में हमारी रंजना परिहार मैडम है। रंजना जी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद यहाँ हम हमारे साथ रहने के लिए। विजेंद्र जी जो सारी मीटिंग कोऑर्डिनेशन में लगातार, विजेंद्र जी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और साथ साथ इसके बीच हमारे पीछे बहुत सारे हमारे अधिकारी हैं, डॉक्टर बलजीत सिंह जी जो स्पोर्ट्स देखते हैं वहां पर, पानी जी, डॉक्टर ममता रानी अग्रवाल जी हमारे रिसर्च सेक्रेटरी हैं वहाँ ऑफिस में, अमृत पानी जी जो रिसर्च देखते हैं वहां पर, हमारे जो है संदीप श्रीवास्तव जी, शिवम दीक्षित जी और अन्य हमारे तमाम सारे कर्मचारी जो है इसमें लगातार पीछे से वहां पर सहयोग प्रदान कर रहे हैं। उन सभी को हृदय से हम बहुत सारा आभार व्यक्त करते हैं। और इस सभागार की यह जो ये कहें कि ये समापन की जो वेला है, जो ये चीज है, तो मुझे लगता है कि ये समापन नहीं, ये हमारी 5 जून के आगाज का ही है कि ये 5 जून की पहली शुरुआत इस यहाँ से हुई है। और ये इस वर्ष विशेष है क्योंकि ये सेंचुरी सेलिब्रेशन का है, हमारे 100 वर्ष पूर्ण होने का भी है। इस सब जो जुड़े लोग हैं तो 100 वर्ष की कहते हैं शतायु होने की कामना की जाती है वेदों में। तो यह संस्थान ने अपनी शतायु को प्राप्त किया है। हम आपसे निवेदन करते हैं, आपका आशीर्वाद भी चाहते हैं संस्थान के लिए कि आपका आशीर्वाद और स्नेह भी रहे। इस 100 वर्ष के बाद की जो जीवन है वो बहुत आशीर्वाद पूर्ण रहे और शिक्षा व्यवस्था के इसमें जो है आपके सहयोग से एक विशेष और एक मान कार्य कर मिले। हम उसके लिए आपके हमेशा आह्वान करते रहेंगे, आप इसमें सहयोग प्रदान करें सजेशन के लिए जो है। और यहाँ पर जो इस माइक संभाल रहे हैं मीडिया के लोग हैं जिन्होंने कवरेज दिया है, और अन्य जो जुड़े लोग रहे हैं उन सभी को, यहाँ के फोटोग्राफर्स और यहाँ के जो अन्य लोग हैं पीछे बैठे हुए हैं, तो उन सबको भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत आभार। आपसे कुश्ती के लिए एक बार पुनः आपको नमस्कार, धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, sir, for your beautiful words. I'll be failing in my duty if, on behalf of the organizing team, on behalf of Graphicera fraternity, if I'll not propose the vote of thanks formally. Ma'am, I need 2 minutes with your permission. Honorable President in absentia, Honorable General Secretary, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Honorable Vice Chancellors from Association of Indian Universities, the organizing team, the members of print and electronic media, members of local administration, everybody who has given his or her support in making this event a great success. From the bottom of my heart, I would like to submit, and I would like to admit my sincerest thanks and gratitude to make this event a great success. As Dr. Mishra has rightly observed, that this is the concluding session for this 2-day Vice Chancellor's meet, not zone meet, but then he was rightly and very aptly he was submitting that ये अंजाम नहीं है, ये एक नई सृष्टि का आगाज है, and I'm very sure that it's going to be a new start. And we are committed, we stand committed, we promise ourselves and we present ourselves that at any point of time, for any such organization, on behalf of Graphicera, I take this liberty, an opportunity also, to submit that yes, we are available for any other contribution, for any other organizational rendering support, for any event that the AIU proposes in North India. We'll be able to host it, and we'll be more than happy to host it. We have a beautiful campus at Bhimtal, the lake city near Nainital, probably a campus that would be more apt for serious discussions on academics and research. I invite the Honorable Vice Chancellors on behalf of the Graphicera fraternity and Graphicera management. I would like to put on record my thanks to His Excellency, the Governor of Uttarakhand, for having accorded his time to us. I would like to place on record my sincerest thanks to Dr. Dhan Singh Rawat ji, who was exceptionally busy, but then he shifted his program, and yesterday he graced the inaugural session. I'm thankful to President AIU and General Secretary and other members for having faith and confidence in us. and giving this opportunity to host this prestigious event at our campus. Our commitment stands erect, it stands tall, and it stands very strong that yes, we are ready to. I'd like to extend my sincerest thanks to our Honorable Founder President Professor Kamal Ghanshalaji for his exceptional and evolving engagement, his magnanimity, and of course, leading the team from the front to get this event organized. On behalf of organizing committee, I extend a very warm thanks to all vice chancellors, head of institutions, invited guests, keynote speakers, those who joined us online. I thank the members of local administration, police, print and electronic media, members of our fraternity of Graphicera and Graphicera Institute of Medical Sciences for their unconditional and untiring support to make this event a success. I once again, from the bottom of my heart, thank the members of the organizing committee. And is Amar Dabral or anybody from the team is here? From the bottom of our stomach, we would like to thank you, sir, for wonderful hospitality. Thank you so very much. आपने देखा कि ऑर्गेनाइजिंग सेक्रेटरी मैडम आई थी, मुझे डांट के गई हैं कि अपना भाषण बंद करो और अनाउंसमेंट करो कि सेक्रेटरी जनरल ऑफ AIU has ordered us that I should announce that the AIU will be facilitating a few members of the organizing committee. Thank you so very much, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to request ma'am, up. Wonderful advice. Thank you sir, for being such a lovely leader. To Dr. Rupa Khanna Malhotra, the organizing secretary. Thank you so very much. I'd like to request Honorable Pro Chancellor of the University, Professor Rakesh Sharma ji, to kindly grace the dais to receive the felicitation on behalf of Association of Indian Universities. Your presence itself is a source of inspiration for me. Thank you. कितना अच्छा लगता है जब कोई आप कहे कि कुछ आपको भी दिया जा रहा है. I'm so grateful to the Association of Indian Universities for choosing me for this great honor. Thank you. And a memento of gesture, as a gesture of honor and appreciation to our founder president in absentia, I'd like to request Honorable Vice Chancellor to please receive it. Thank you so much, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now request all of you to please rise and join us in the national anthem. And to conclude, I would only say that in चरागों को आंखों में महफूज रखना, ये लंबा सफर है कहीं रात होगी, हम भी मुसाफिर तुम भी मुसाफिर, किसी मोड़ पर फिर मुलाकात होगी. जय हिंद. Thank you so much. Now I take this opportunity to invite all delegates and invited guests for lunch.